What's up? How we doing? I think I may have just barely beaten the clock, but you could see I was running late. Mostly because I was trying to get the bot stuff figured out. But I think it's still running. It's just that the logging that I have set up is not what the kids might call good. So it filled up one of the drives. Anyone not living in an absolute freezing location? Oh boy, am I. Our building had a fucking gas leak, and so we were running around this morning trying to figure out what to do with the dogs and all of that. And then right as we pretty much get something figured out, we've been trying to jumpstart our car because it is not, we haven't driven in weeks. Right as we figure something out, the gas people are actually like, oh, never mind, you're fine. It wasn't even that bad. Ay. Ridiculous. Oh, man. I got the Call of Cthulhu books for my birthday, and I'm hopefully going to get to run a game. That's exciting. You'll have to tell me how it goes. I've said it before. I really want to play in a Call of Cthulhu at some point in the future, but I have not had the precise opportunity presented to me. And I'm also setting things up on the other screen still. Generate that card. Not me. Middle of summer here. 33C. Whoa, dude, that's crazy. Yeah, it's still fucking cold. However cold I said it was last time, it is now grown colder. Very, very lovely of it to do. I live in Florida and I'm wearing a t-shirt. Oh my god. 53 Fahrenheit. Oh my goodness. Here for a second till my therapist calls me. What's up, Mustang? How you doing? We had milder temps for a minute, but back to sub 20 now in Norway. Very, very fair. Oh man. Hold the line? We're already having to hold the line? What happened? Is this a crazy episode? AKL's already in here with a hold the line. Hello everyone, all caught up and ready to watch along until my UK bedtime. What up, Aaron? How you doing? Good to see you. I'm glad you got caught up. Very, very nice. If it's Chicago, do you complain about the lake effect? I don't know what the lake effect is, but I'm always down to complain. You never have to stop me from doing that. Let's see. Pulling that up. And that's up on the other screen. Pulling the timestamps up. All right. And we'll get this open. Okay. So we are going into episode 31. So, or sorry, not 31, 33. What stream is this? Am I in the right area? Is 32? Is 32 the one that we just did? No. We're in 32. Oh my gosh. I'm all over the place. We're doing episode 32. Okay. Finally caught up with it. Hi, Bird, you're okay. I know Paige went. Oh, Bird is staring daggers at me because Paige left. Finally caught up with the series and joined stream after seeing you on SGM's channel. Oh, sick! Welcome. There are lots of Super Geek Mike folks in here, and actually, I'm going to talk about one of Super Geek Mike's comments on the last video. But welcome. How you doing? Good to have you. In Chicago, the lake effect is where if you're close to the lake, it's colder in the summer and hotter by. Oh, gotcha. Okay, fair enough. A big spoiler. This episode involves a bunch of nerdy voice actors. Massive spoilers, dude. That's crazy. Gotcha. I knew that the lake, it was colder there during the summer, but I guess it would be a lot warmer during the winter. That's wild. Okay. Let's see. So I think okay. First things first. I was about to go into the takeaway, which I guess I'm kind of doing. The comment response this week, which is brand new, the comment response is sort of related to the takeaway. Because there were two comments I really wanted to respond to, and they both just so happened to line up with my takeaways. So they are one from Super Geek Mike and one from Deadly Spark. So let me pull those up because they both kind of hit on things that I wanted to talk about. So let me pull this up. Okay. So this is Mike's comment. I wonder if I can isolate it. I don't think I can. Maybe... I think I'll just do this, maybe? Oh, gosh. Oh, I need to figure out a better way to present this. This is the first time, like, showing comments and such. I think I'm just going to go to the episode and then highlight them in here. And I can zoom in like that. Oh, that's still terrible. Well, what are you gonna do? All right. So Mike talks a little bit about the music, which I think is like kind of just was inarguably weird, and also like probably just like not, I don't want to say like unavoidable, but like probably just he forgot, that just is what it is. They play Dungeons and Dragons? They'll be rolling dice? No! That's insane. Yeah, your comment, Deadly. Oh, thank you, AKL. I appreciate it. Okay, and first, Mike talks about the ending has the same problem as the Tyleri fight, which I thought was like a very interesting take on it, and goes more into what I ultimately think the problem was and like why it felt so weird. It's like you can't get your bad guys away from high-level heroes, just like you can't get your high-level heroes to retreat, especially when you have a druid, and especially when that druid likes to flex the intended design of spells, which is totally fair. And weirdly, I actually think that Matt introduced the undead army not to get them to back down, but to make sure there were consequences. But maybe I think it was too fast of a ramping up consequences. So, well, you can't just leave the rebels to fight for you. You're the D&D heroes. You have to be part of the rebellion. So then, with Deadly, had a very similar kind of take in general on the army. I feel like that Matt was very clearly indicating to fight the giant, showing it plowing through everyone at every opportunity, and the players flipped around so much that it won. Very likely that it was an intended fight to cater to what they planned, to be followed by the army to show them that maybe they needed to then back off a little, but it felt very disjointed. And I think that both of these hit on what I think, or actually, wait, let me go back. What I think the ultimate problem was, which is like the pacing of the escalation. Because Mike is like very, very right that you can't just like force your high level players to back off. Like they have a lot of ways that they can just like survive for a while, kind of without you, I don't know, kind of no matter what you throw at them. And so the horde, I think he introduced them to like kind of get them back on track, but I really do think it was done poorly. So like if we consider the opening dilemma, right, of like go and fight, right, go and fight or sleep. Like this is a legitimately like very, very good dilemma. This is kind of the dilemma that like D&D is built around. Of do you get back your resources or do you go and fight more because it'll be like more advantageous to do whatever the fight is now rather than later. Like I've said before, D&D is ultimately like a resource management game because you get your resources back for free if you sleep. So the question is, do I sleep now or do I not? So good dilemma. But then I think the problem is that when they went to fight, there was this weird, like, escalation. So, like, let's assume that both of these were okay choices, which I think they were. If it's, a proper dilemma, the DM should be okay with you choosing either. And, have somewhat of a plan. So if they're going to fight, then I agree, like, with Deadly Spark, that they were supposed to fight the giant in that case. So they go and they start the fight, and Matt introduces the giant. They totally fucking ignore it. They just go and they fuck around on the tree. Or actually, here, let me make that the G. So they just go and they fuck around on the tree. No escalation. Matt narrates the giant, kind of killing some people. Teeny tiny raise an escalation. Like, the giant's killing people. But it's not enough of an escalation to where the players care. So then they kind of continue to ignore it. And he has a couple more of those teeny tiny escalators, which Deadly talks about. But then he escalates it whoosh with the horde. And now the situation has gotten much more deadly, right? And so this escalation to me is like, okay, I need to grab the player's attention. Let's focus them back up. What are they doing? And what happens then is that the players say, okay, we're going to continue to fight. And they acknowledge this bump in escalation. And then Matt sees their acknowledgement of the bump when Keyleth casts her ice storm and is like, oh, never mind, there aren't 30. There's actually a fucking 100. Bomb! Massive escalation again. And so the thing about this escalation kind of curve is that normally this is one of this kind of escalating. Oh my god, that is not at all how you draw that. This sort of escalation is normally meant to tell your players to run away. You escalate it, they interact with it foolishly, and you escalate the fuck out of it again. Being like, hey, don't interact with it, leave. Because it was literally, he said there are 30, and then she cast the ice storm, and he's like, JK, there's 100. And your spell just took out 30. So the net effect of her engaging with the mob is that it goes up by 40. So to me, watching that is a very clear run the fuck away signal. And so there's again, this very minor escalation until there's giant escalation, which is I think why Matt's stuff felt kind of wishy-washy to me towards the end. It felt like he was okay with what they were doing until very suddenly he wasn't. Now, I have a bit more to say on that, but I'm going to catch up with chat. But, the game has magic. Coming at you from 137 FM. How you doing, Gravelin? What up, Alibi? Sometimes your players mess around, don't follow up on leads and breadcrumbs to the plots you lay out, and you just let things happen. Sort of. So I'll get to that, but I do agree with what you're saying. The ending of that episode bothers me a bit. They just ignore people. Yes. Okay. So yes. Sometimes players mess around, sort of. Perchance to TPK in their sleep. I got some things to say further on parts of this ep because it's interesting how things play out. I am interested to see how things play out. But okay. So I want to get into Matt's head a little bit on what's going on here, right? So with here, the escalations are teeny tiny here. And I think that is part of the overall problem. Oh, wait, sorry. I just realized I was motioning on OBS. The escalations here are teeny tiny. And yes, the players are just straight up ignoring people dying. Not cool. But I think that you can call attention back without escalating the threat level. So, he escalates the threat level a little bit, but I think on each of these escalations, if Matt really does want them to fight the giant, you have to put in some sort of, attention grabber. I'll call that, an AG. You want to put in an attention grabber at the escalation of these threats. So, let's go over some brutal ones. You can have one of the ways that the giant kills people is they could fucking throw their body at Vox Machina, not even noticing Vox Machina. Bring them into the fucking scene. Or you can have one of the combatants, one of the peasants, notice Vox Machina and, directly call out to them. Be like, hey, please fucking help us. Oh my gosh, I just realized I totally bypassed Aaron Shed becoming a mini phone. Welcome. Hello. Thank you for joining. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for your membership. Yeah, thank you. I just, my eyes just like glazed right past it. Thank you so much. But yeah, so when you are escalating these threats here, it's okay to have them be these small little things because you want them to still like do the thing that you want them to do, but you can get their attention more easily. If they're ignoring you, you're the DM, you can bring them back into it. And I don't think that Matt did. Now, these escalations over here, these are attention grabbers. Like any escalation in threat is an attention grabber in and of itself, but if they're ignoring your escalations, you can then, like, more obviously and narratively grab their attention. You know what I'm saying? So then when, so that's why I think that this felt so off to me, is because I do think that, like, Matt is like, oh, okay, you want to fight, like, here is a fight. Like, that is what we will do. And so then, when he doesn't pull them into that fight, but then he introduces the horde, it feels disjointed because the horde, this crazy escalation, is not signaling to me, hey, let's, like, fight. Like, I am okay with your decision. This crazy escalation to me says, do not fight this under any circumstances. Because that's what this crazy escalation means normally. Like in D&D, when you get escalated, you try to interact with it, and then it escalates like crazy again. That is, hey, run away type of signaling. And like, Matt has full control over whether or not the undead horde shows up, how many of them show up, how quickly they show up, if they show up in like a trickle rather than like a big giant horde. So like, there are ways to introduce the horde and not have it be these crazy escalations as well. So my players are currently ignoring the obvious cues that Metamarco set up to no good and messing around in Mournhold, so I'm just going to have Metamarco's plans advance. I mean, that's totally fine. Like, if they are ignoring obvious cues, then have them advance, but then have those cues still continue coming. Like, that's what I'm saying is, like, if you give them obvious... Oh, God, I grabbed the OBS again. If you give them these obvious attention grabs, like the peasant calling out to them and saying, hey, God, please help us, and they tell the peasant to fuck off, like, okay, they're not helping now. You know what I'm saying? So that's fine. Like, the things can progress, but I don't think that Matt sufficiently grabbed their attention here to warrant, saying like, okay, the plans are just going to progress. Can't stay busy at work. Someone please ping me in the Discord if we win bingo. Sounds good. Yeah. Thank you again, Aaron. I still don't think Matt wanted them to do anything. I think he had things that would happen as a consequence of them burning down the noble houses, and they happened. Those things were peasants attacking the giants. One group wins, others loses. Then the undead army appears. Okay. So even in that statement, he has things that he wants them to do. So, like, I don't agree with this sentiment that, like, you can be a totally, like, neutral observer party as a DM. You always have things you want the players to do. So even in that statement of the consequence of them burning down the noble houses is that the peasants attack the giants, that if you allow them to then engage with that fight, that is something that you want them to do, right? You could have also just had it be the peasants attack the giants, and before Vox Machina can get involved, the giants win. Like, that's a very, like, logical follow-through. Is like, while they're traveling, the giants are just winning before Vox Machina can ever get there. So when I talk about, like, things that Matt wants them to do, the fact that they are able to participate in a fight means that he wants them to fight. Or at least that it's, like, an acceptable outcome and, like, something that he wants them to be able to do. So, like, when we are then, like, looking at that, that has to, like, feel like a valid option if it's supposed to be a valid option. If that makes sense. And then when it comes to the undead army, like, yeah, if the undead army appears, that's fine. But as a DM, you have complete and utter control over how that happens. You have control over whether it's 30 of them, 100 of them, 1,000 of them. Like, I don't know how many undead things are ultimately going to be in this army. But Matt was not, like, on the back end moving tokens around a map on, like, a turn-based timer. Like, if he was, he would have been keeping much better track of, like, where the party was, and it would have, like, mattered a lot more, like, how quickly they do things. Like, he wasn't, like, on a timer going to be like, there is definitely a giant near the sun tree, and then the army will come in. Like, those were narrative things that he introduced to ratchet up tension. And so the way that he chooses to do that and engage with that is fully within his control. So even, like, the difference of, like, how far apart these escalations are, of, like, how many of the horde show up, how long this time gap is, like, how many times you allow the players to interact before you introduce more horde, this is all within Matt's control within the scene. So when I'm talking about, like, what Matt wants, those are things that Matt is implicitly doing and saying in how he presents the things, even if the things that he's presenting were planned beforehand. If that makes sense. I do have a massive attention-grabbing tactic if my players continue playing tourist around Tamriel. Not dangerous, but just a giant neon sign. Yeah, I think that, like, part of the lesson of, like, why this feels weird is I think that we need to think about, like, the steps of escalation and, like, how much things increase and what that tells our player, because we have control over this as a DM. So, you know, if it's a giant neon sign that you are displaying to them, like, if this is, you know, the giant neon sign, you should have had these increasing escalation steps beforehand. Otherwise, this giant neon sign says something else. Like, you know, this says, hey, I want you to interact with it, but I, you know, want there to be, you know, escalating danger. So this sort of step up is like, oh, there's a cult. Ooh, the cult's, like, got one of their objectives. Uh-oh, the cults are, like, setting up and starting a ritual. Uh-oh, the cult has ended the world. Right? Every point along these, I am inviting the party to interact with that. This sort of step of, uh-oh, the cult, like, summoned the meteor and ended the world, that does not mean that I want you to interact with the cult at all. Right? This step is not the cult is something that you can interact with. This is, they did the thing, and now you will deal with the fallout. So that is, like, the difference in those escalation steps is it determines on how much your party feels like they can interact with what you're showing. If you wanted the party to interact with that horde, you trickle it in. Putting it, like, boom, right there, and then having the one interaction with it then be actually your interaction was useless because there's even more of them than when you started interacting, that is, like, clear runaway fodder, or, like, runaway signs to me. My theory is based on how Matt always answers questions about what did you want them to do or why did this happen. Yeah, and I've heard him answer those questions, and I really do. Like, I don't want to be hyperbolic, but I've heard that sort of thing from, like, a lot of, like, really world-building focused DMs, which I'm a very world-building focused DM, where, like, the world comes first, the plot comes second. It is, I think, kind of bullshit to just go back on, oh, these things are just happening in the world. Like, I am just the arbiter of what is happening within the world. That's not true. Like, you are always controlling things about how things happen. Always. Again, I don't think that Matt, at the start of that session, had undead army token here and was marching them forward on specific time increments and on like a specific path through the city that the party just happened to run into. Like, that's not what was happening behind the screen. Matt is choosing when and how to introduce things that make sense and that are like resultant of actions within the world, but he still chooses those things. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that it is like very fine to be a world focused or a world building focused DM, but these things are still your responsibility. You cannot just fall back on like that's what's happening in the world unless you are taking like meticulous notes and details, and at that point you're probably playing a war game, not D&D. Yeah, I don't know. Timer. I mean, sure. This is more like recap stuff. Wait, why? Oh, there we go. I think timer starts once the episode starts. Yeah, pretty much. I'm currently building a Lost Mines into a Dungeon of Drakenheim campaign for my in-person group, so I love the insights. Oh, hell yeah. That sounds sick. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I very much appreciate that. Having a series of if-then statements is a bit different from wanting the players to do something. I don't really think it is. Like, and maybe this is my bias as a programmer coming in, but like when you are programming something, if you're developing a series of if-thens, there will always be bias in those if-then statements. Programmers, like I had a whole course, or not a whole course, a whole unit on programming biases, which, is what my brain goes to when you say if-thens. Because like programming bias is an incredibly important and like impactful topic on how programs eventually end up working. And like the goals of the programmer, what the program wants and how the programmer wants the users to interact with that program is incredibly impactful in, number one, how they set up their if-thens, but also like the valid routes that they even display between if-then statements. Right, so the valid routes of like, where they're fighting, how quickly things escalate. Because again, like talking about like the pacing of that scene of like how long does Matt let them faff around? That length of time that he completely decides speaks to what he wants them to do. Right, like that length of time is something that is completely within Matt's control and is an implicit statement on what he wants them to do in that scene. Now, I'm not saying that, like, he wants to, like, craft their actions. He might have, again, multiple action options that are okay. But even, like, what we're talking about, like, him escalating that situation, if Matt really didn't want anything, like, this is, I guess, maybe my best example of it. If Matt actually didn't want them to do anything, or if he really didn't have, like, something that he wanted them to do, like, why introduce the undead army at all? Like, if, like, you know what I'm saying? Because, again, I don't think that he was, like, tracking it on the back end. He had to actively choose to introduce that rather than to not. And that choice in that moment speaks to something that Matt wants. And all DMs, like, just want the game to be good. Like, they want, like, the players to be entertained, to have fun. And so we always want things to go one of a couple different ways because those will be the most fun. So, like, if your players just choose to, like, sit and fish, we're going to introduce things to make that fishing super fun. We're not just gonna, do nothing for several minutes. Or for, half an hour or whatever. I think Matt definitely should have given the players more time to actually try and help the peasants versus giant fight. But Fanlair, to the commenter's point, like, that could have, like, Matt giving them more time, like, could have made everything feel, like, kind of odd. Like, DMs do need to push their players in certain ways. I just think that Matt needed to do, like, an attention grabber that brought them back to the current threat level and, like, made the current threat level more clear. So, like, I don't blame Matt for changing the situation, but I think that the escalation steps, to me, I don't even mind him escalating and pushing them out, but I do think that's very much what that means, of, like, when you escalate the situation the way he did. Can we watch the recap? Matt often used them to highlight information that might be easily forgotten. Totally fair, if not, though. Maybe. John always puts the time codes for the recap, so maybe not. I'll have to see how long it is. You kind of rushed the horde introduction, yeah. I do. They haven't been used yet, but the escalations are there. Yeah, sick. And that's really like what I'm trying to hone in on with this. Wishing you well, Megaphone Man. Love your work. Still catching up with these streams. Thank you, James. I appreciate it. I very much appreciate it. Good luck on your journey. I do really think Matt has a detached view of things as a DM. He's done some crazy stuff to the PCs. I mean, there's a kind of a contradictory thing there of like, he has, but he has also very much bent the rules before in like favor of the PCs and against them. Like, I've talked about how like I think Matt has good dramatic timing, and like that he like will often like change rules mid-fight to make fights more dramatic. And I don't think that being willing to like do wild things to your PCs is necessarily indicative of not wanting anything, right? Like, doing crazy stuff is great drama. And they are like a very like high drama, high chaos focused table. So to me, that is almost more indicative of him not having a detached view of him like letting those insane things happen in order to like stoke the plot and like the tensions and the drama at the table. Seconding watch recap. Okay, maybe I'll look at it. Sure, that's fine. Especially if it sounds like there's, you know, a lot going on right now. Or like a lot that like has to do with previous stuff. My party went through a siege somewhat recently, and I hit them fairly hard at the start, and one player burned most of his resources, but my party are martial classes, so they forged still. The other caster knew he messed up, so we was okay with it. Yeah. Which, I mean, again, like, you know, that sort of pacing is very like table and scene dependent. So as a DM, knowing how hard you can hit your players to make it an interesting choice, but still not convey the wrong message. Like, if Matt was not intending for them to like run away, or for that, if like he was like very okay with them fighting, then those escalation steps need to be a little bit smaller. That's sort of what I'm getting at here, is it's like, for the situation, those escalation steps meant to run away. If they were a tiny bit smaller, they might have been like, this is an escalating situation. Do you want to run away or do you want to fight? To me, it was like very clear which one he meant. It wasn't a dilemma. Like before, with like the fight or rest, it was like a legitimate dilemma. But then when they went to fight, it seemed like he escalated things hard to push them towards rest. And that was, I think, why it felt so weird to me. The best examples are spoilers, though. Fair enough. And I'm sure we'll talk about those when we get there. I'm going to rewatching later in C1. Now I'm seeing things more in a more critical eyes kind of way. It's interesting. I love that. And if you like want to learn a lot about DMing, like, I think the only thing unique about like me and my streams is that I could talk for so long. Man, like, you know, I think I'm a good DM and I have good insights, but also I think a lot of you guys with similar levels of experience to me could get very similar insights if you just reorient how you're watching the show. Because, like, I've said before, if I was watching Critical Role just casually, just like trying to relax after a long day at work, I would not be like pulling all of these insights and doing all of this analysis. I would just be like chilling out and watching it. So that is a good thing to say of like, if you want to do your own watch through your own analysis, it's really just like a change in perspective and like being willing to like pause and like think through it. And like, you know, really think about like what you're seeing. But I think a ton of people could come to very similar conclusions or very different conclusions, but just like the same like level of like rigor and analysis that I do. So that's really cool. I'm really glad that you're like, if you want to like turn your brain that way and you're like teaching yourself a lot, that's really awesome. That's really, really cool. Trading advice among other DMs only makes us better. 1,000%, 1,000,000%. I do think Matt takes a bit too little responsibility for what he chooses to happen in the game. Everything is the DM's choice. And that is one of the things that does annoy me about those sorts of comments. And I'm sure that Matt has a much more like nuanced actual take, but especially in like interviews, it can be hard to like get that nuance sometimes. But I have seen a less nuanced takes that are just like, yeah, if I like set this thing up, like in a lot of, I see it a lot in sandbox games where it's like, well, I told my party that, you know, there's all sorts of threats out there that like sometimes they're going to run into challenges that they're too high of level for. And it's not my fault if I TPK them. I would say it's still very much your fault if you TPK them. If something is a very clear danger that they can't handle, you need to foreshadow that. In fact, you need to foreshadow it through big escalations of threat. This is how you foreshadow things that are too difficult for the party to handle. It's super okay to put things that the party can't handle into your games and to tell them to run away. And these giant escalation steps are one of the ways, at least, that you foreshadow that as a DM. So I really don't like that level of like that eschewing of responsibility of that sort of like sandbox DM style. Because you're always responsible for what happens. Now, there is a level of like Soul Angel was talking about. If you do enough proper foreshadowing and your party goes, you know what? Like, I think we might die here, but I think it's worth the risk. And as a DM, you don't want to like lower the challenge. I think you're completely within your rights. If the party acknowledges that they might die and that this might be like a bad, you know, thing that they're going into, and that's the kind of campaign you're running, that you don't balance it down and they all die, that's okay. Like, that's very okay. That is, you know, you set the stakes. You just have to be clear with what the stakes are before they've committed to a point where there's no return. It feels like gradually reading everything with writer's mind after enough years of writing fiction can't turn it off. Just starting the DM view, though. Yeah, that's very fair. I've seen plenty of episodes where Matt takes actions that seem to horrify himself, but he sticks to his guns. Which, I mean, yeah, I'll have to see it when it comes up, but it really depends on how interesting they are. Like, if you're making decisions, if you feel as a DM beholden to your world, to where you are making decisions that are uninteresting and unfun, I think that's a bad way of DMing, just straight up. Now, when you say, like, you know, decisions that horrify him, that already, even in your description, that sounds like it's probably fun. Like, it's probably fun for audience and cast alike. Even if they're insane, horrific decisions, if they are interesting, that's totally fine. You know, that's completely fine. So, yeah, I love DMing more than being a player. Oh, yeah, me too, Soul Angel. I love both of them, but I much prefer DMing. This would be an incredibly interesting discussion to have with Matt. I would have a lot of questions for Matt. I tell you what. My guess is he wants to err on the side of player agency, but he may well be blind to his own tendencies because and sometimes humans just fuck it up. You know, I was just talking about, like, the escalation steps are going to be different at every table depending on your past precedent that you've set as a DM, your player tendencies. Like, sometimes you just fuck this up. There's you know, just nothing else to be said about it. Like, and that is where I'm a very pro-fudge DM, is in cases where, like, let's say you are in that sandbox campaign and you are, like, presenting them with threats that could just TPK them, and you realize midway through a TPK fight that you just didn't do a proper job of narrating the danger of this fight, but it's already too late, I'm not going to let my fuck up as a DM screw the players and end the party. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm very pro and okay with fudging. I still think you need to be good at it as a DM. Like, I still think that they shouldn't be able to tell. But, like, I'm very okay with that. And, like, sometimes it's just, like, that entire, like, back of session, I think with him, like, not changing the music, him not, you know, the kind of pacing of all of this, I think might have just been, you know, a rare fuck up. And I think that there is the additional layer of pacing is always going to be harder for Matt than it is for any of us. Like, Matt is always going to struggle more with pacing because he has a stream to end. He has to make sure that this is like a well-paced entertainment product that employees can go home. Like, there are so many other factors on Matt's mind that are not DMing. Like, he's a showrunner. And not only, like, he's a director, I mean, he's, like, taping in front of a live studio audience, but he can't do redos, and he's writing it as they go. I mean, his job is so much incredibly more difficult than just being a DM. So maybe Matt didn't have the last giant in the undead army planned, and so the last section was all impromptu. Potentially. And I mean, I've talked a lot about like floating things. It could very much be just like, okay, if they decide to like go out and fight rather than rest, I'm going to kind of let them go wherever they go, plant down the giant. During the middle of the giant fight, I'll introduce the horde. And so then it'll be this like nice little escalation. But the escalation was too small because they didn't interact with the giant ahead of time. So you need to kind of rethink how you're going to escalate it as a DM and like bring them back into kind of the flow of what you have planned. So I honestly don't know if Matt ever talked about the giant situation in an interview or anything. It could be interesting. I'd be very interested to know. I mostly just note when the recap starts and when it ends. I often don't hyper listen to see if there's any new or vital information. Yeah, and that is a thing of like, I normally don't watch the recap, but also people don't normally ask for it. So, you know, if people ask for it and they think it's like important for an episode, I'll rewatch it. Yeah, that's fine. One other thing before I go, I'm drawing the capital city of my kingdom for my campaign. Across the bay, there's a large forest with a solitary building in it. What should that building be? Ooh, a building? A solitary building. I mean, you know, very classic, very tropey, very grounded would be a wizard tower. But if you do a tropey exterior, you always leave yourself room to kind of surprise them with the interior. So could be a wizard tower that has some sort of interesting or maybe subvertive interior. Maybe something different that it does with it. Depending on how old your world is, and if you have any sort of like ancient civilization, I'm always a fan of ruins. I think ruins are so much fun. It's also why almost every campaign I've ever run is post-apocalypse, like where there is an ancient civilization to grab shit from, because they're such a nice and interesting writing convenience. I'm thinking. I like the idea of a very odd natural feature that is maybe resultant from some like aberrant magic, like a giant stalactite that like looks like it was just transported straight out of a cave that's growing out of the ground for some reason. And there's a local population living in kind of like based up around that building, maybe like furbolgs or something. And the thing that caused the stalactite is maybe underground or, you know, kind of around it. And the furbolgs are, you know, friendly enough, but don't really want you poking around their, like, main building. Maybe it's holy to them. And so there's some sort of quest or, like, plot that drives them there, and they need to poke around to fulfill that plot. But the furbolgs don't really want them poking around. So either it's like a stealth mission, it's a persuasion, like, hey, furbolgs, like, we're all good. Maybe it's a fight. I think that could be really cool. Anyways, wait. Are you saying that you can talk? All right, Baronessa. Wait a minute. Yeah. Hey, man, but look, I'll be honest about my strengths. I do not think that my analysis is so incredible as to, like, be the reason that people watch me. I think I have good analysis, but I think mostly I have a natural talent that I can use to package that analysis in a new and interesting way. I think you guys could all get as insightful as I do. At James Windmill. Oh, yeah, Windmill's great. Windmill's great because you can have all sorts of significant stuff with it. No, a water-powered sawmill. Water-powered sawmill's great. Especially because there's, like, industry. Why is it there? Love that. Just watch Matt's recap. While there's really no new info, it does have a novelty for 2 reasons. Ooh. Usually Matt only shows is shown for his entire recap, while this time we get to see the cast. So we get to see the cast reaction to his narration, which is really unique. Ooh, okay, cool. You get a sense of the vibes, feels of the players as the session is about to start. Okay, yeah, cool. Like I said, I'm down to watch the recaps if chat thinks it's important. And two people have already seconded it, and John thinks it's cool, so yeah, I'm down. Customs house, though that would have to be by a bridge over a dangerous river gorge. Ooh, yeah. Stone because store's valuable, 1,000%. 1,000%. And if the bridge is the only way for miles and miles and miles and miles to cross that dangerous river gorge, there's a lot of, like, political value there, so you could tie that into a whole shitload of different quest types. I love that, AKL. As a player, I find myself being distracted and losing focus. Being a DM gives me so much more focus. It just feels better. I couldn't agree more. Unfortunately, all of my other players scream out in agony that I play with. But yeah, okay. Close that. You can skip the recap if you want, but since we already know you're only doing the first half, adding the recap doesn't really add too much time. Yeah, I agree as well. If it was a full episode Friday, maybe I wouldn't, but yeah, especially since it's a half ep. Pokes around, yeah. Thank you, MM and chat. Off to continue the catch up. See you shortly. See you later, James. Bye-bye. I thought for sure Mega was going to go with hair for why he thought people watch. Look, I am still on the grand order of my life. I am not that used to having all of this long hair, so I don't really think about it as part of my brand yet. As part of me, you know? Like, I lived until I was 22, and I'm about to turn 26 in February. With very short hair, and I shaved my head at 22. I didn't actually have long hair until like 24. So yeah, it is still very novel. It's the majestic mustache. Look, we can compliment my mustache all day long. Majestic is not the word. Like, let's be real right now, guys. Majestic isn't the one. Potential thumbnail? That is a good shot. You know what? Just in case, you know, let's just take a quick little snip. Save that off just in case, you know. Ooh. Uh-oh. What's that? Oh no, that's in work for Unshot 1. Uh-oh. What could that be? I may or may not have finished the first map for Unshot 1. Very exciting. OMG, I cannot imagine with a shaved head. I didn't look good, I'll tell you that. You don't want to imagine me. Because there's no way to imagine me well with it. You and Matt have the same mustache? Yeah, but Matt has like a little bit more going on in the facial hair region that I cannot achieve. Hey, look, but I'm good with it. I'm good with my shit. Hey, what's up, Set Theshel Low? What up? I used to have long hair, had to shave it when I started thinning. At least I held out longer than my dad did. Yeah, fair. I mean, fair enough. My dad cuts his hair really short. He really, really likes it short. So we have never had the same taste in hair. But yeah, I mean, I think all types of hair looks good. It just depends. You use obsidian. I love obsidian. I love me some obsidian. I have so much documented obsidian. I used to have more, and then I kind of overwhelmed myself, so I'm building up more slowly. But honestly, if obsidian, like the only reason I even use World Anvil, which I love World Anvil, please sponsor me, please. I use World Anvil specifically for like TTRPG world building because it gives you all of those prompts. Otherwise, I would just put everything into Obsidian. Obsidian's so sick. There's a river. We know the whole plot now. There's a river. Ah. Kay, you with short hair most of my life. Yeah. Alice Lequette, I don't recognize you. Welcome if you're new. Well, I'm trying to think. You can imagine what I looked like if I kind of tuck it all away. You know, like imagine that. Like, I used to have a high and tight. For a long time I had a high and tight, but you're still a baby though. Give it time. Very true. Very true. My hair will change considerably over the course of the years. But it basically likes being bald. I don't know why his hairline hasn't even receded or anything. Hey man, it's a choice. Some people really like short hair. I get it. I will say I didn't like the way I looked with a shaved head, but I did really like having one. Like being able to just like rub my head. I rubbed my head so much when it was shaved. I loved the feeling. I absolutely loved it, but I looked like shit. I was also like somewhere around 50 to 60 pounds heavier than I currently am, so that might have also had to do with why I didn't look too good, but I will not be absorbed into this madness. Oh, but won't you, Danny? It's 1 a.m. No, don't be. Okay. If it's too late, I'm a big proponent of go and get sleep because I struggle with sleep so much, so go and sleep. Apparently I must show up at work to earn money. Ew, gross. That's disgusting. I'm sorry. But yes, definitely go sleep. If it's a reasonable time in your time zone, then stay. But otherwise, go and sleep. I am a river to my people. Have fun, those in an earlier time zone. We will. See, that's why undercuts are the best. That's fair. I might get an undercut someday. My hair's a little bit, like, not long enough for a good undercut, but it'll come at some point in my life. All right. Let's get it started. That's pretty much, that's the takeaways, take them or leave them. And, cast in disbelief at how much they've been said. Oh, wait, that's Christmas. Those are Christmas. Zach talks about the stream chat again. Uh-oh. Are we approaching the day that they get rid of stream chat? Let's see.
Roll, the show where a bunch of us nerdy push through
for some special
43
sub-only chat tonight. This is not something that we tried holding off as long as we possibly could, but we've had a lot of requests from people to try it. So we're going to try it out tonight, see how it goes. If it goes well, we might end up staying with it, but we really didn't want to because we wanted to keep this as open as possible. But we've been getting a lot of requests too, so we're going to give it a shot and see how that goes, and just want to let you guys know that was up.
Yeah, thank you.
That's all I got.
So I guess so the show is a grand experiment, and now tonight's chat room will be a grand experiment. We'll see how things pan out. So definitely let us know how that works for you guys after the show. We'll pass that feedback on or let Zach know. So anyway.
The grand experiment of sub-only chat. No, that's fair. I mean, when you have a chat room as massive as that, and I mean, you have 11K subscribers, it's not like the chat is going to be wanting for chatters. I obviously get it. And I know that eventually they just take chat off screen entirely, which I think is very smart. I actually just edited and scheduled a short about that. Like, when you have something like this where you don't directly interact with chat, I feel like why even have it on screen? Just like have it off to the side, and if you want to do it sub only, especially because people are being weird, then yeah. Whatever. Isn't F33 they get rid of it? Might be misremembering. I don't know. I don't know if it'll be like super obvious. And it won't be, I don't know. It won't be a big deal when it happens. They've been slowly retracting the amount that they do it. But I don't know. We'll see.
First, I guess first I could say tonight we have a special guest Skyping in from New York as she finished shooting early. We have Ashley Johnson will be joining us tonight as Pike.
Yay! Oh my gosh, they have a guest player. That's so exciting.
Maybe.
She's almost 2 scale as Pike right now. It's kind of fun.
Yes. How's the weather in New York?
Oh, it's just really cold and rainy. But
Sounds divine.
it's good. It's good. I've missed you guys so bad.
We miss you,
Miss
especially.
you too.
So much.
I'm so glad you could join us tonight. You guys are in for a treat for watching how Dungeon Master incorporates a character suddenly in the middle of the
Or fails at it.
or fails at it. We'll see.
He
doesn't know how to
just go and told me what was going on, and I was like, can I play? He said, yeah, you can play. Let me plan real quick.
Yeah, so appreciate your understanding of the delay. But
If you could survive the extra life game.
yeah, it's true. It's true. Maintaining a narrative, that's the hard part.
Oh my gosh, it is N2 on the bingo. Dude, that's so funny. Ashley is actually there. That's crazy. What's this? A cleric? Right in the middle of their undead focused arc? That'll be useful. Now to decide. Oh, it counts. It counts. I'll definitely count that. Does bingo need to be? Nah, I think this is fine. Was this planned by Matt? Is she actually there, Lamau?
Okay,
That's so
Never
funny.
can forget.
It's true.
The deck of many things.
The deck of many things ruins everything. Oh my god.
Ugh.
All right, so next announcement as part of our Spotify.
Okay, so then 6:39 is the next timestamp. A little bit of a peek, it says, into Travis and Laura's real life couple life. Oh, Matt Amarish's.
The game.
And what's funny was his character starts McCready. He starts bitching at you for picking up a lot of junk, which Matt does to me in real life. And so yeah, Matt was like,
2 fronts.
"Wait,
She
really?"
can't escape.
I was getting it from 2 fronts. I'm like, God damn it!
It's okay.
That's what you're paid,
I'm a straight up
This is
order
a
in
pack
Fallout.
rat. Watching them
I'm
play,
a hoarder. I'm
play
gonna say
Fallout
my
is
like
ignoring
useful. I need
you.
more toy cars. I don't have enough screws.
I need screws.
Screws are freaking hard to come by.
You need to like
right?
not collect
Screws.
clipboards.
You
You
don't.
300 coffee
That's the only way
mugs.
you can
You
have
don't.
your
You're right. But only,
This
and where the fuck
is
is
the
dirty water?
entertainment you subscribe for.
I don't have to do this on this show almost every.
Lol. I am also a hoarder. I'm a loot goblin, but I'm not a big like inventory manager. So I am like a big loot goblin. I just don't ever organize any of it. That's funny. All right, and then the Matt recap. I wonder if this explains last ep. I play like Marisha. I have walked slowed by 10k worth of stuff across the map. Loot. That's so
I don't know how to
funny.
play anymore.
It's like falling off a bicycle. It's
So, with that, let's go ahead and kick back into the
All right,
mood.
recap.
The current venture into Whitestone.
Recap.
Now,
Okay, here we go.
the party of Vox Machina, having traveled across Taldore to the city of Whitestone to seek a pair of seemingly vicious and evil individuals known as Lord and Lady Briarwood, members of the past that Percy's family fell to so many years ago, leaving what he thought was the sole survivor to the Derolo family. Upon coming to Whitestone, finding its people downtrodden and oppressed by the Briarwood rule, as well as the cutthroats and mercenaries that they had brought along with them when they took the city, now given lordship and plots of land and rule over this entire town, the word began to spread of possible new rebellion as you trudged through the town, leaving burned marks, burned houses, and very, very slaughtered people in the process, very bad people. As these murmurs began to continue to roll and coalesce, you spoke to a number of individuals in the city that were involved in previous failed rebellions and seemed to build up what may be the last chance for Whitestone. As part of this information was revealed that Percy's thought dead sister Cassandra still existed within the castle and had been what people thought the only living Derolo and bastion of hope in the city. Now there were 2. Upon triggering the initiation of this, the party split. Scanlan Shorthalt running to one of the nobles, while the rest of the party went to the other to set a diversion
Oh my god,
at
it
the
was
same
amazing.
time. It may not have worked as intended, but it definitely worked as we had an epic Bard versus Goliath rainstorm rooftop showdown. And the rest of the party made their way into Cancellieri's home, destroyed his vampiric self, and got some information out of the guards before escaping into the town, which has now gone into chaos. Many of the townsfolk have become the militia that they've been preparing to be. Armored with whatever they could find, they managed to take down a number of the large hulking zombie giant guardians throughout the city. Many lives were lost in the process, and the battle is ongoing. As you rushed towards the center of the town to check in on the sentry, finding all the previous bodies that resembled members of Vox Machina cut from its bows, you saw swarming in towards the center of the city a large horde of skeletal undead clattering forth into the dark. As the sun has now set over the horizon, the rain beginning to pour heavily into the center of the town, there was efforts meant to keep the army at bay as you all rushed towards the west to escape the immediate fray. And that was where we left off last session.
Shit. We
Are
turn
we still
tail.
running? Are we still running away, or are we
We just
already?
got to the tree line, right?
You guys haven't got the tree line yet. No.
Oh, you're
Jesus.
out,
We are still
getting out of
running.
town.
There's a shitload of skeletons.
Are
behind us
they
and a
like right
couple
behind us? I'm still
undead
riding Trinket.
Giants.
At this time, you are on Trinket. The rest of you are running through the muddy streets. Your feet are slick against the ground, and you have to catch yourself every now and then from not tumbling.
But all that being said, all of the crap that I gave Matt for, or that I gave the end of that session, I still did like it from the perspective of, oh God, I just lost my train of thought. Oh, from the perspective of what sort of beat to end a session on. So the beat of something has just happened, you will then need to plan at the beginning of the next session. I think that planning being at the beginning and structuring the end of your session to make it to where planning is at the beginning of the next can be a really good way of building momentum and getting people back into it, especially because they've ostensibly been, or not ostensibly, but assumingly been thinking about their plan over the week. They've been, maybe talking to each other in a group chat about what they're going to do. So they've been thinking through all of this. So they'll have stuff kind of preloaded in their brain when they come into this session, but they'll still have to talk about it in character. They'll still have to ask Matt questions about the world and about possibilities in order to put any of those plans into action. As opposed to, the example I use is on the way to Whitestone, there was a Behir fight, and he ended session right as the Behir fight started. And so then they started the session just fighting the Behir. And there was nothing really to plan or think about, because any sort of planning at that point would kind of necessitate looking up things about the Behir, which is, you don't want to do. So from that perspective, I really like that. And I like how it'll start this of all right, we're in it. You guys are running away from the skeletons. What do you do? That is one of the things that I really, really strive for as a DM, to start them in that kind of situation where it's hey, the session has started. There's an immediate thing for you to react to. What are you going to do? And then we can have, maybe those more freeform moments later on once they're in, once the momentum's built up a little bit. Therapy over. I'm ready to watch CR. Hell yeah, Mustang. You're right on time. That's crazy timing. What up? It seems to be some kind of flood of calcium-based creatures. It might be indeed. You are correct, Robin. How you doing, Wired? This is also over Christmas? After Christmas. Yeah. Breaking news at 5:30. Megaphone thought train was derailed over the recap bridge. We ghost reporter on the scene. Lol. I like this radio show going on in my chat. I'm for it. I'm with it. I'm down for the next installment.
Custom trace, of course.
Yes.
Are the skeletons still behind us? Can we see them?
As you glance over, they're just now starting to pour from the town square itself. And it was hard to see the exact number, but it was, from your perspective, in the...
Shit, I forgot to remap the... Okay, I'm going to remap the live split buttons while we're starting, so that it doesn't make that ding whenever I stop it.
The darkened kind of just post-sunset light. You didn't see the end of it.
Triple digits.
Possibly, from what you can tell. In the middle of the chaos and rushing, there was a zombie giant behind you that did manage to finish off some of the villagers before coming after you. In your haste and escape, through the help of a few of you individuals, you managed to tear it down, slaughtering it as it gave chase through the city street. As you guys are now looking behind and seeing this undead horde pouring into the central road that you're traveling along, you hear a voice ring out from the other direction, towards where you guys are running. For a second, it's hard to make out what it is, but the voice is suddenly readily familiar. It says, "There! Run! Eat them!" And as you guys glance...
Okay, wait. I might have a cool way to do this. So I just hit spacebar to pause, but it also started the timer.
away from the army and back towards the path where you're traveling, you see
Ooh.
what looks to be about...
Okay. It almost works. Okay. We're gonna have to think about this for a second. I'll continue trying. It's not always jump scares me, even when it's my computer and I'm expecting it. I feel that.
10 armed villagers, various pieces of armor, some nicer than others, some have seen some use over time, but nevertheless serviceable and functional. You see at the front of them, Brother Yenin, Keeper Yenin, is at the front of them, armored up, shielded aside, holding aloft the holy symbol of Arathis in his hand, and they're all just running towards you guys.
We can't leave.
No, can I trail behind on Trinket and try to cast Conjure Barrage at the incoming skeleton?
You have to slow down to do that, because you're a good, probably 50, 60 feet away from them, fly a little further. You guys are moving faster than them, so that even the chase, they're not very quick entities.
So we're 50 or 60 feet away from the skeletons.
Okay, let's see.
How far are we away from the villages?
They're about 100 feet from you and closing.
It almost works, but not quite. We'll have to see. I'm going to have to keep trying things.
I would advise bringing them with us instead of stopping.
But all the villagers that aren't in armor are still in town.
Shit happens.
Let's
I'm
find
running
out what
back.
happens.
I'm going back towards the skeletons.
I was carrying you. You're on Trinket with me, aren't you? Can you carry both
No,
of us?
I was pulling about down.
I break from Vax's grasp and start running back.
Go ahead and
I
make
hold
either an
back
ask.
too, and I
This
wanna-
is heavily breaking the grapple, so...
I do want to trail back a little on Trinket and try to cast Conjure Barrage as we're running.
Okay, so Trinket begins to turn around. You're fighting. It would be either acrobatics or athletics versus your athletics.
Athletics.
Ooh, I rolled an 18.
5.
With that, the slick rein across her forearm, she squeaks her arm out from your grasp, and with that moment, you feel her disappear as she rushes back.
You never
towards
could
this
keep a
undead
lady.
onslaught.
I immediately pivot around and follow.
Okay.
Ditto.
I start conjuring up a 4th level flaming sphere.
Okay. Do keep in mind you still have call lightning coming, so you'd be losing the call lightning this time.
Flaming sphere.
Okay, so with that, the darkened clouds that have gathered begin to slowly disperse as you begin to focus, running forward. As you are charging, using the momentum, the air around you begins to slowly grow and ignite before a ball of flame bursts into your peripheral, and you can control it at will.
Okay, how far away is the horde?
At this point now, they're about 30 feet away, since you went right back towards them as opposed to running away.
Am I in front of her, or is she?
You're now just, you get chased shortly after she ran off, so you guys are about tandem. You'll probably
Okay, here's my question. Are they like funneling down one main
street
street?
currently,
How wide is that street?
about 20 feet.
Okay, with kind of my flaming sphere hovering above me, I'm gonna throw up a wall of stone.
Okay, wait, not before I shoot my Conjure Barrage, because I said I want to fucking do it before
Do
you
the
do that.
conjure barrage first.
All right, so Conjure Barrage,
Conjure
Don't
barrage first.
fucking block my arrows.
what's the distance on Conjure Barrage?
I think it's 60. It's a 60-foot cone.
Okay, then yeah, then you can definitely attempt that.
Yeah.
Okay, so as
Damn, Laura. Okay. I mean, look, I get it. But and this is one of the things of, and this is, I really don't blame anyone in this scenario. This is one of the constant sources of tension in initiative, because like, right, the solution to that of like, who's going first, I said I want to do this first, whatever, like, that is the problem that initiative exists to solve. But also, initiative slows things down like crazy. Initiative is just the fucking pace killer. So this is just, and again, like, I don't know that I do anything different here as anyone involved, but that is the source of tension of like, do we go into initiative now? Like, how long are we going to want to be fighting these things? And that's another example of like something where I talk about like where Matt has like when I say that he has something like he wants them to do, this is kind of an example of like, if Matt wants them to fight this, he should probably put them into initiative. If he doesn't want them to fight and he wants it to be like a more narrative sort of experience that still allows them to really quickly run away, keep them out of initiative. So that's another thing of like, even like when you choose to put into initiative is something that can like signal things to your players, depending on your past precedent. Windwall did hurt her a bit, to be fair. Oh yeah, like I said, a bit aggressive, but yeah, like Set Theshel Low did. I get it. Like, I don't blame her, especially since she said she wanted to do it beforehand. It's a tough one. It's a toughie. She has like 3 spell slots. Let her savor it. Yeah, true. Tonight at 9, Megaphone Man Industries unveils new pause time technology. Loving it. At most, maybe you'd want Matt to stop them talking over each other and have a go at it one at a time, but I don't blame him for not keeping track of all things, which is, which then goes into, that's why whenever a content creator or I say, it depends on the table, that's not just, you know, cop-out bullshit of, like, us talking about, like, you know, not letting people talk over each other, or having people go one at a time, but without initiative. Those things are easier or harder depending on your player count, which they have 6.5 players. And one of them, it's going to be harder for Matt to hear, especially across the fucking room. So, I mean, yeah, all of this is just, it's hard. And this is one of those things where someone commented the other day about how, like, you know, Dimension 20 doesn't feel like real D&D. Like, you know, these are just some of, like, the real D&D shit. Like, this is just, you know, kind of part of the struggle of it is, when do you go into the grittier shit? Like, when do you keep it out of initiative? And just, like, you know, looking at moral situations and thinking about what would my character do in that moral dilemma that we're watching with Critical Role. If you are one of the people that is going back through and, like, thinking through this with a more critical eye, as a DM, just think to yourself, like, shit, like, this situation's a bit awkward. Like, would I do anything different? Would I put them into initiative? And, like, thinking through those things as a DM can be incredibly helpful for solidifying your style. I love Keela standing up for her morals and still going to fight in spite of the situation. It's great RP. And one of the other comments was talking about, you know, like, Keela could have potentially felt, like, preachy when they were having the argument before. And I think that there is a very fine line when you're playing, like, a low charisma character in playing it where it feels like you're bad at arguing, but it's also just your character that's bad at arguing, and, like, you're just, you know, gonna go and do something. Like, I think that it would have been more, I don't know if maybe, like, more, like, out of character voicing needs to be done, but that has its own drawbacks. But, like, this is a good example of, yeah, like, she is playing Keyless, she's going to go back, and, you know, it's a very Grog-esque move, but it's speaking from your moral center rather than maybe your general interests. It's very cool. Yeah, it is very cool. Ashley isn't that short. Look, it's always nice to see the guest players. That's all I'm saying. Matt will punish her too if Marisha did do it. I mean, we'll certainly see. And this is going to be interesting seeing from Matt, again, how he reacts to this, right? Like, how much of a valid choice is this? And how is Matt going to communicate that? Because Matt knows at this point how big the horde is. Is he going to communicate that to her? Is he going to give her other sorts of messaging of, like, are there more undead going in, or do we drop into initiative and consider this a fight? And does he, like, foreshadow this in a way where it, like, actually seems doable? Like, we'll just have to see. We will have to see. Stepping on toes is more real because it happens. Yeah, 1,000%. And that's the struggle of, like, you know, when we were looking at Orion stepping on toes with, like, the Percy inventing, like, it's sometimes hard to draw a line between, like, what is problem player behavior. I should have started the timer, I'm just realizing. What is, like, problem player behavior and what is, like, damn, just happens. You know? Guest player help timer. I know. You're right.
As you create the sphere and it's kind of rolling to your side, as you begin to concentrate, look over your shoulder and you see Trinket running up, mud slung each one of his claws against, digging into the earth, pulling it forward. On its back, you see Vex pull out an arrow, pull back and concentrate. The arrow itself seems to split and shatter in her hand, almost like the wood itself divides into 5 or 6 different shards.
Awesome.
As you release the arrow, it bursts into a funneling cloud of sharp wooden splinters that just fires out from the front of you. What's the DC on that spell?
It would be 15.
15 DC, and is that Dex?
Dexterity, yeah.
Dexterity. Alrighty.
Just gotta roll for 100 scouts.
I know, no problem.
The ones that are in range would be about 12 at that point.
Only 12.
Okay, so, given the average of rolls there, the explosion of splinters just shoots outward, just completely disintegrating the first row of about 5 or 6 of them. About 5 or 6 past them, get a bunch of splintering their bone, their ribcage just shatter open, and they try and move forward before they collapse in on their own structure and scatter into the mud. Let's say you destroyed 10 of them.
Okay.
You can still see about 50 or 60 slow pushing towards you at this point in time. Keyleth.
Okay, I throw up a wall of stone. Am I near the sun tree again?
You guys,
We've left the sun.
you guys left the sun tree, and
left the sun
you've gone westward, from your perspective, westward across the city, towards the tree line.
And now we're doubling back.
You're now doubling back. At this point, however, the undead horde has filtered into the town square and is currently between you and the sun tree.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do is
Okay, so that pauses, and then as long as I click off the window, I can boop, and then if I click back on the window, boop.
I want to conjure it from underneath me. So I'm gonna kind of, as I
Let's go! We got the timer, ladies and gentlemen. Battle music. It's so interesting. I've never been surprise, surprise. Megaphone man that doesn't know much about music and doesn't really listen to that much music has never had music be like a super huge part of his games. Like, but it sucks. Like, that is the one part of like my DMing game that I know is like explicitly bad. Like, I have experienced other DMs that use music really effectively. I see people use it on, like, you know, in Critical Role super effectively. Like, you guys, like, talk about the music. Like, it is burned into your brains just as audience members. So that is one of those areas of DMing that I know is, like, one of my weakest points. And for campaigns that I really care about and that, you know, like, I'm putting a lot of effort into, I do like put in effort to get like 3 or 4 tracks. But as some advice, like I've always, you know, kind of told you guys, you know, focus your prep on things that you're really good at, especially like put a lot of time and effort into things that you're really good at. I'm never going to focus on making like a super robust playlist of music because that would be incredibly painful to me. But it is then good for me to get like 1 battle track, 1 town track, and like 1 wilderness track. And like maybe for like big situations, you know, get like a 4th track. But like that is what I do is I have like 3 music tracks for the campaign and that's fucking it. Because I know that it's important, but it is part of that prep that just eats away at my soul. I just can't do it. And so, like, you know, that's what you have to do. Solidify your prep in the things you really love. And for the things that you don't love, try to do improv when you can. And if you can't do improv, try to minimize it to just the things that are going to be the absolute most bang for your buck. That's the only, you know, advice I can give in that area. I recently listened to Legend of Vox Machina's soundtrack again recently, and I was thinking if I ever start DMing again, I should steal some of those tracks. Absolutely steal them. Absolutely. I mean, you know, if you're making a product, it's a little different. But yeah, for your home games, fuck it, yeah. Especially if it's stuff that you like so much and that you've seen examples of like good ways that it's been, you know, displayed. Yeah, I think that's awesome. I'm not really into listening to music day to day, but I love music and ambient sounds for TTRPGs. I love them too. That's the hard part for me. Is I love them, but because I'm not really into music, it is like painful for me to like go out and look for them and like put together a playlist. Like none of that is like engaging to me. But to that end, if you love music, love putting together playlists, like putting together unique, bespoke playlists for like certain environments, certain cities, like that could help your overall ambience and vibe in your campaigns. Oh my God, so much. If you're really into music, like that is something that you could focus on that would have a massive impact on your game. Like it'd be so cool. And something that like I could never do. Baldur's Gate, Pathfinder, NWN, Dragon Age, Crusader Kings have great music for fantasy TTRPG. Yeah. I normally just look up like Dungeons and Dragons, like battle music or ambient noise, like, and just like listen to 1 or 2 and find one that I like and loop that shit. But that's just like, that's me. If you can do that, like, I think that's a great direction to go. Help with playlists sounds like something you could outsource to a motivated player. I could, yeah. That's very fair. I could talk to one of my players next session or game, yeah. House rule, all table music will be the song that never ends or Axel F. Fuck, what's it called? Not Notorious T. I can't remember. I had a joke there, but it is gone forever, never to be relocated. And we will go back to Vox Machina.
I see them filtering up. I want to pop it up right from underneath me to where I'm on top of it.
Okay, and the width of it's going to cover the entire
Street. Yeah.
Okay. Swoosh, the wall stone lifts you up at its maximum height. What's the maximum height of that spell?
Keep that cast hand.
10 feet. 10 feet.
The hand went down, the spell went away.
10 foot by 10 foot panels.
I lost all my spells on my app, so I'm going to use this Pokemon. So 10 feet?
10 feet.
All right, so you lift it 10 feet up into the air.
Okay.
You can now see, we're about to crash into the wall. What looks about 70 or so skeletons just scraping into it. You guys can all of a sudden hear, through the rainfall in the distance, the scratching of metal, shields and blades and bones scraping at the stone wall. And
I'm gonna try and climb the wall.
So I'm gonna take the fire sphere and just start funneling it right down and start cleaning house.
Okay.
On the wall.
Just right into the thick mess of them.
Okay. So as the flaming sphere begins to move over the wall, you've done your action, and you can push that forward because the sphere moving through you would get to about your space.
Okay.
So next turn we'll get to that.
Okay.
You guys have caught up to the wall now. The rest of you turn around with her.
I ran for a few more feet and then I looked around. No one else was running with me, so I just turned around and started running back with my little gnome legs.
Okay. Percy.
I'm climbing the wall.
Climbing the wall.
Okay. You guys get up on top of the wall. It's about 4 or 5 feet thick. It's a little precarious, not too much to leave to bother you guys. You get to the top and look over, and you see this sea of thrashing about skeletal entities. Some looking fresher than others, and all intent on trying to find some way. And you start to see some of them starting to climb up over each other to get to the height of the wall.
I'm just going to hold, and anybody who gets too close, I'm just going to take a shot at anything that gets too close.
Okay.
Can you see any giants from up there?
Can I see any giants from up there?
Make a perception check.
While he's doing that, I'm yelling at
Harbingers
Grog.
of death.
Grog!
But are they all dead?
Grog, throw me up over the wall!
No.
Or at least to the top, to the top, to the top! Just throw
I
me to the
rolled
top.
perception of 10.
Oh, jeez.
The rainfall is too thick. Right now your vision is so obscured that even beyond 50, 60 feet it starts getting a little hard to make out details.
Are you sure?
We don't want to play Angry Birds.
I turned back towards the
Are you
villagers,
sure? I think we do.
who are probably running up at this point, and yell, "Fire! Bring fire!"
You see Keeper says, "Fire won't help, but I can.
Oh,
And so can she." As he looks over his shoulder, you can see the villagers are parting, and there is running behind them this form of a small humanoid armored entity, but glowing. Her actual form is comprised of glowing radiant energy, like an actual avatar.
All right, oh, are you getting it? Someone is ringing our front doorbell, and a lot of times people will just ring just all of the doorbells if they're like delivering a package or something, because they just don't read the package name, whatever. Oh, are you guys upset? The dogs really don't like the doorbell. It freaks them out, especially because our doorbell sounds weird. That's what it sounds like. But if sometimes they ring us twice, and then it's like, oh, they are actually trying to get into ours. Yeah, but okay, I think we're good. Dupe.
Third rain in the form of a tiny gnome cleric charging through the rain. Each droplet of rain that hits
Oh, I saw the Pike moment. I very much saw the Pike moment. But I will go back a little bit.
entity, but glowing. Her actual form is comprised of glowing radiant energy, like an actual avatar of Sarenrae in the form of a tiny gnome cleric charging through the rain. Each droplet of rain that hits her body just immediately evaporates on impact, and she comes charging towards you.
I'm reaching down to help her up on the top of the wall.
Oh my god. Keyleth thinks she died. Keyleth thinks she's dead.
Okay. As you guys see,
I will say, in terms of like, I went pretty hard on Matt in the during the Vasselheim arc of how long it took him sometimes to reintroduce or not to reintroduce, but to introduce like guest players. Sometimes, so we're at minute 25 and we ended recap like 10 minutes ago. Like, he got Pike in there in 10 minutes with Keyleth throwing him a huge curveball. Like, that is awesome. That is exactly the type of timeline that I would want for introducing a guest player or, well, a guest player. So I want to give Matt big kudos for that, because I think that was much, much, much better than, I would say, the normal. Or than, not the normal, than previously seen. And what do you think of Pike's current appearance? I mean, I don't know. She's probably Sarenrae was like, they need you, child. And then, like, fucking plucked her up and, like, threw her over the sea. Like, I don't know. I assume that there is going to be some contrivance with Saren Ray, and it'll be fine. Because, like, Matt just needs to get Pike here, and there's no real, like, super reasonable way for Pike to get here easily, you know? So, I mean, just as Matt said at the beginning, you're like, yo, you're going to get to see how a DM does this or whatever, like, there's going to be some, borderline silly contrivance, and I don't know if I can really predict it, but yeah, it'll be fine. Or not fine, it'll be good either anyway.
His arm and lowering him down lower because she's short.
All right, as you guys reach Shining, she runs up, Keeper Yenin reaches up and grabs on the arm as well. As she gets up and the two of them together lift up on top. As you grab her arm, it's strange. It's warm to the touch, warmer than her natural arm, and it doesn't have full physical essence to it. It's almost like she's partially an apparition of her physical self. There is purchase, there is an actual form to it, but it doesn't feel fully solid.
She's lost weight.
Looks so thin. All right.
That you lift her up, and she's lighter than you recall, and almost like a gentle feather of herself, she lands onto her toes on the top of the wall.
She was light already.
Pike!
Even in full
Hi! Pike, did we die?
No, you're still alive, you're still alive.
How did you get here? What are you doing here? How did you get here?
Oh gosh, it's a long story. I don't know if we can talk about it right now. Do we need to fight anything right now?
Yes.
Lots of
Yeah,
skeletons.
and you look down before you, and there is a horde of skeletons that are right now about to crush the wall. You see two right now that are lashing out. One reaches for your leg.
I'm taking a shot.
Okay, go for it.
Let's talk later.
Can I have Trinket lift me, like stand up on his hind legs and up against the wall so I
I
climb
Percy.
up and stand on his
I
shoulders?
Percy.
I Percy'd. This is also, again, this part of the trouble. I think at this point, like, Matt's bringing Pike into this. We need to roll initiative at this point. Like, Grog, I think they've gone, like, 2 rounds with Grog not doing much, unless he did throw Sam up, but it was kind of hard to track. Like, at this point, we got to get initiative going. Again, it's a struggle to know when to do that. For me, I think we passed that point. Like, Pike joins the fray, the skeletons are lashing up, everybody roll initiative. It's my first time watching this episode after all. Is it? Very interesting. I've decided to not sleep until we get Mega Bingo. It's 1 a.m. What? Wait, do you guys actually have Mega Bingo in the spoilers chat? Is that a real thing? I know that people were joking about it. Mega Bingo achieved? What? We do, and we just got it. We haven't split. Oh my god. That's ridiculous. Well, Wait, Eden made it the other day? What a traitor. Wait, you've already gotten bingo. Like, actually? What? We're like an hour and a half in. Y'all gotta make it harder, I guess. Holy shit. Oh my gosh, that's so cool. Oh, guys. Okay, cool. Anyways, I don't remember what I was talking about. That's adorable. I feel so okay.
Broke the gun?
No,
No, he naturally-
I'm just too consistent. Yeah, probably. Now we need Mega's Warlock patron demand he put on his beret and flip off chat while speaking with a French accent. Yeah. I say if I have any Warlock patron, it's Super Geek Mike. So he would need to request the said things in the comments. But no, I think God, what the fuck was I saying about this? Oh yeah, start initiative. People are gonna start losing turns at this point. You guys. That's so cute.
Come on, I Percy.
All right, go ahead and roll damage.
That's a 20. Okay.
What percent of that d20?
It must be. Oh, it's hollow.
It's hollow.
Oh.
All right, the metal on one side is thicker than the other side.
15 points of damage.
With a rocketing sound, the pepper box fires, and the skeleton in front of you just explodes into splinters of bone, just being scattered amongst the crowd of skeletons behind it. However, the moment that one is gone, another one seems to already be falling into its place.
Whatever you're gonna do, do it! I'm firing again.
Okay, fire again. At this point, the flaming sphere
24
is over. Was it 24?
24. 11 points of damage.
11 points of damage. It fires and blasts off most of the skull of the skeleton, and you see its jaw kind of hangs open, but it's still...
Firing one more time at it. That hit 15, 20, 27. 7 points of damage.
Okay, that one you clearly destroy the top of its skull. The rest of it just kind of crumples into the pile and disperses in amongst the
amazing.
chaos. The horde, though, is now as almost like a wave of, like, there's so much of it that's pushing against the wall, beginning to swell up to reach the top of the 10-foot wall. The flaming sphere rolls over the top and slams down into the front of the group as it hits and impacts. Go ahead and roll the damage.
Cast it at 4th level, so it's doing 5d6 right now.
Alrighty, and what's the...
You have to make
is
dexterity
indeed
saving throws.
Okay.
Oh, really?
Wow.
1, 3, 9, 20, 1. I'm doing general rolls for this. It pushes through 10 of them. 7 of them are destroyed. The bone cinders and burns and then crumples into itself. A few of them manage to just push out of the way, kind of watching as it rolls past. You can hear this constant pattering of rain.
I mean, Grog has no. He has his throwing. He has his chain of returning, which is like very like Thor-esque, very evocative. If he like fucking hucks his huge warhammer like into the horde, like there's especially, and this is also one of the weird things of like Keyleth is going to do 5d6. She's gonna do what on average 3.5, 5. She's gonna do like 17 damage, and Percy just did like 30 something. And yeah, it's in an area like there's something like very like again very evocative about what she is doing and like the fiction of all of this. But this is also where it kind of comes into a bit of an issue of if you don't have a stat block for this, if you haven't like actually thought through how they would go about fighting this, which is I don't know if that's the case for Matt, but it seems like that's why we're not really in initiative yet. But like you have this flaming sphere that's going to do a shitload of damage, I'm sure, to the whole wave, and you have Percy fucking taking 3 shots to down one of them. Which I mean is also like, again, it is very maybe evocative of the situation, but it is very easy to get that kind of skewed, especially when like we don't have a very good maybe perception of like how many are left. We're not going slow enough to like make sure that everyone has a turn. It can all get very jumbled very quick. Thor with the hammer. Yeah. Yes, he has that chain of returning. He did 7 damage. I think he did like 27 damage with his last hit. Matt would probably allow Grog to elongate a few per swing, just describe large swings. He's treating the skeletons like a swarm. Well, he's treating the skeletons like a swarm until they're attacking Percy. You know what I'm saying? Like that's it, which is kind of the weirdness with this fight. And I have a feeling that that's why we're not in initiative, is because it's not a real fight, because the Horde's not a real enemy. Like, he's almost treating their, like, spells and shit almost like skill checks to, like, mitigate an environmental thing. That's more what this feels like to me. And it's like certain skill checks, regardless of the damage they do, are going to be more effective. Like, doing acrobatics versus athletics. So that's how this feels like it's being abstracted, which isn't inherently a problem, but it can get a little wishy-washy. And it requires, I think, the DM to give clear indicators of either progress or lack of progress, which I think that Matt is doing a decent job of. Talking about like the swarm, like, surging up the wall and giving the sense that, like, oh yeah, Percy's not doing shit. I think that he's giving decent indicators. And so I think that's why we're not in initiative, is because this isn't really an enemy that you can actually combat. We're just using combat features as basically skill checks, which is weird, but not wholly like, devoid of like value or place. I think it very much, that sort of thing has its place in certain situations. Eliminate, not elongate. Hey, I got what you were saying. 3 shots. How did I miss that? Yeah, this current scenario feels pretty undefined. What happened to the rest of the villagers? 27. Oh, 27 was the attack roll. Gotcha. Crushing versus piercing. Yeah. But, how's the sphere play into that? Like, it's a narrative complication. The original cast roll is done now, right? The original cast roll is done. It is solidified. Yep. Tidal wave. Yeah, pretty much a tidal wave. This is like literally like, okay, use your features to hold back a tidal wave, and as a DM, you now just have to continually narrate effect against that tidal wave. Percy's choice, shooting the tidal wave, doesn't do much. And, you know, we've kind of abstracted what these things do outside of their actual damage. Like, the actual damage doesn't matter as much as, like, the damage type. Crushing versus piercing. Like, I feel like, and maybe I'm wrong, but I do really think that the damage type in this will matter a lot more. Like, I think that 6 crushing damage will be more effective than 12 piercing damage. Even if maybe according to like a monster stat block, they would just be resistant to piercing, I have a feeling that crushing damage will be more evocative within this more like narrative situation. What up, Mark? How you doing? That means I'll eternally be first on the list alphabetically. Oh, it does. There you go. Unless eventually there becomes something higher than the original cast, which I have been thinking about making the members' roles in here also roles in the Discord, but I haven't quite confirmed that. We'll see. I don't know. One could call it the Tide of Bone. Yeah, a bit. Matt could have described the bullets piercing through multiple enemies, especially since skeletons are stacking. He could have fan layer. And that's the weird part about this. And like that is the part that you have to be like, again, I don't think that this is like invalid as a form of running this sort of threat. But that is something that you really have to keep in mind as a DM of like, how effective do you want things to be? Do you want them to basically have to use resources in order to have an effect? Like, are regular attacks just not going to do much? And because we're, like, out of hard rules territory that, like, combat and initiative and monster stat blocks provide, it's now very much on you. You're making a lot of calls. You're making a lot of homebrew judgments on, like, what's happening, how much effect this has. And again, I'll repeat it, you know, a lot of times. It's not invalid, but we're very much in like homebrew territory of like how this works outside of combat. It depends on how much you want to empower separate players. Yeah. He doesn't have them up against not minions because, yeah, it doesn't seem like this battle is meant to be won. Or even if it's meant to be, it doesn't really feel like this is a battle that is meant to win or lose. This is like a force of nature that you either stop or it rolls over you, right? Which I think like the Tide of Bone. So it's, and that's like the sort of thing that you would normally have skill checks for, but because it's enemies, it feels more right to use battle features. I don't know, definitely interesting. I like it a lot, but it feels weird compared to last ep since it's sort of the same event, but this is way better than the footsie before. Oh yeah, this is way better. I really like this. But yeah. So the question is, how do they win against the Tide of Bone? The Matt emote is amazing. Thank you very much, Valkyrie. Hey, look, emojis are for everybody. I set the emoji tier to the absolute lowest I could. Speaking of tiers, thank you so much, Alibi, for the certification or the certification, getting the T2 membership. Yeah, I appreciate you. I appreciate you a lot. Hell yeah. God, I need to look more into. I was going to look into how to lower the gifted value, but I don't know what happened. But yeah, the base membership to get those emotes is $1. But yeah. Anyways, time to make my Discord name prefaced with a 1. We start having people fight to get to the top of the list. Oh man. I think they are boned. Baronessa. He has his doctorate in megaphoning. That's in miniphoning. Megaphoning doesn't sound good. I don't know what it sounds like, but it sounds dirty. I don't.
evaporating against the flaming sphere as it pushes through, the mud boiling left in its wake.
Okay.
As that's happening, you get up to the top tree, it pushes you up on the
Yeah,
top.
I want to shoot lightning arrow down into the core of it that I can see, just a big group of them.
Okay. Go for it.
Okay.
I want to go up there. Pike's up there.
16.
16? 16 definitely hits, yeah.
Okay. And then that's sorry.
YouTube chooses whatever price is closest to the dollar for the auto gifting thing, which is weird because the 2 tiers that I have set up, like, oh gosh, wait, I have to make sure that there's no leaks. But the 2 tiers that I have set up, oh my gosh, and maybe I'm insane, and maybe this is yeah. So I have emojis are for everyone, $0.99, and then certified mini phone at $3.99. So that's weird. That's what and it used to be this that was the automatic for gifting. I don't know why it changed. But I have to look into it. But thank you again, Alibi, so much. But yeah, so this is for emojis, loyalty badges, priority reply and comments, which I legitimately do. I very much prioritize replying to the people with memberships. And then this is when I have time. I really want to do like some members only live streams. You'll always get early access to new videos, and we have a Minecraft server, which is pretty cool. But yeah, I love the Mad emote. I like the Mad emote a lot too. And I need to upload more emojis now that we have more. Another streamer has her first tier at 99. Yeah, it is weird, right? Because that's exactly what I wanted. I wanted the intro tier to be as low as possible, so that people could just like get the badges, get the emotes, and go on their day. So I need to look into that and like test some stuff out. Yeah, maybe you should contact support. Yeah, I might. Yeah. We got this the fun Matt face and the the sexy megaphone face.
I can't add 48. There we go. Beep, 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 beep.
Go ahead.
19.
19 damage?
Yeah.
Okay, so the first one just takes full damage, explodes as the lightning arcs through the air, the arrow hitting the central skeleton. You see the light actually burst into the weapon's skull, causing this kind of bluish green glow to shoot out of its eyes and mouth as it explodes and detonates.
Everything within 10 feet.
Exactly, which would 10 feet total. That would be, wow.
16.
Yeah. General saves on this. Oh shit.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, you are.
All right. So with that, this shockwave blasts outward, and you see skeletons being thrown, pieces of skeletons, arms and weapons and pieces of shield and armor being flung in the air. As you see 12 of them immediately disintegrate and explode around it. In that moment, though, the horde pushes again and fills that gap almost instantly. You do see at the end of it now at this point, it looks to be probably a total of 65 left in this section. In the roll perception check.
Great. And this is, again, what I was talking about. Like, as a DM, if you're running this sort of encounter, you need to give them, like, progress updates, progress markers of, like, okay, after all of that, you are at this progress. After all of that, you're at this progress. Like, those are the necessary parts about this sort of thing that you actually, like, don't normally need to do in combat. Like, that's not a normal combat thing you need to do, of like giving those progress updates as a DM. So it's sort of like a little bit of a reorient in your mind, but I think Matt's doing a good job of it. We've had a nat 20 nat by now, surely. Oh yeah, Percy did Percy. That's true. So we have had a nat 20, but I don't think a nat 1. Montana, realize are you interested? Dude, that's so funny. YouTube held this Montana time-lapse comment for review, and I was like, why? Oh my gosh, excuse me. We'll be right back after these messages, and I was like, why did they hold it for review? And it's definitely because Montana was like, consider subscribing for a chance to win $1 million. Oh, that's so funny. You know what? I'm glad that YouTube's protecting me from that sort of spam. Fuck yeah. I'm down to let it... I don't know. It's one of those things that's so funny, and obviously I'm going to let through, but... I don't know. It's interesting that despite this, he's still not invoking initiative. Yeah, because I think that this isn't truly a combat. You know what I'm saying? That's the really weird part about this. is that it's like a fake combat. It's not real. I know. It is interesting. But I think that if he did invoke actual initiative, then it wouldn't, like, it would imply that all of these things have the effect that they normally have, which they sort of don't. That's like the weird, like, function of this, is almost you have to say out of initiative so that the players don't expect their combat features to, like, work how they normally do. Oh, kind of weird, right? Kind of odd. This is more like timed skill checks. Yeah. I'm also glad Matt's not having the horde be infinite, though, especially with how effective the party is being. Yeah, 1,000%. And I do think, like, again, you know, if Matt didn't want this to be something that was accomplishable, like if we're talking about, like, the if-thens of this situation, right? There's an if-then in Matt's head of they engage this, and there is a possibility that they defeat it. If that if-then wasn't there, he probably should describe the horde as infinite. But it should be before they, like, actually do any attacks at all. It should be like, you know, you get up to the top of the wall and you realize how futile this is. Like, you need to give, like, that sort of thing. Like, or don't even say it like you think it's futile. Just describe the horde going on for miles and miles, stretching off out of sight. That's the sort of thing you need to describe if this actually isn't doable. But if it is a limited size horde that they can get through, like, yeah, he's doing amazing. Like, he's doing a great job at describing it and, like, keeping them in it. YouTube trying to censor Montana's radio broadcasts. Yeah, we need to go on pirate radio. Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't do initiative here personally. Yeah, and I mean, again, it depends on, like, is this horde an actual stat block? Like, does Matt have an actual stat block for this horde on the back end? If he does, and, like, this is a real monster that you're, like, running real monster shit for, we should probably be in initiative. But if you're not, if the horde is more of a construct, if it's more of, like, a plot thing, then it's okay to keep us out of initiative and, like, keep us in this more, like, narrative, less crunchy sort of style. It's almost like a pseudo skill challenge. Yeah, exactly. He's, like, abstracting combat into a skill challenge, which, I mean, get ready to fucking check the bit.d square. But, like, this is the sort of thing that lower crunch systems, like powered by the apocalypse systems, like bit.d or just Forged in the Dark in general, this is how they do combat. So if this is something that does intrigue you of running combat like this, then those systems might be much more, like, up your alley. This fake combat is brought to you by Weak Kids. Why, yes, Whitestone is rather futile. Imagine how many lives DM is saving by taking out this horde, though. Oh, yeah, 1,000%. Like I said, it's, like, a very interesting, like, skill area. Can we move on from this point, please? Look, if I have more to say, I'm not going to move on. We are coincidentally approaching where I'm stopping having things to say, but if I still have things to say, I'm going to keep on it. It seems like you'd counted on them not, and then Ashley jumped in, and then they turned around, and he just kind of had to accommodate that, which, yeah, and this is a great way to do that. D&D is not a large-scale combat system. Yeah, there's a couple of ways to go about trying to get it there, but it's not really for that, no. All right.
Oh, that looked like it was gonna be awesome, wasn't it? 11.
11? Okay. Don't worry about it.
I look at Scanlan and I say, go get it, and I grab Scanlan by the back and I throw him up onto the wall.
All right.
Cheerleader boost.
That's easy enough for 10-foot wall and for a gnome. So with that, Scanlan leaps up and you land next to Pike.
Hi, baby. It's been so long. Man, you look good. Oh man, I'm so distracted by your beauty. Hey, let's kick some ass together, shall we?
Come on, let's go.
And with that, both Scanlan and Pike, what do you guys want to do?
Ladies first.
Am I allowed to jump out? Can I jump off of the wall?
Oh,
You can, yeah.
Into the group?
Yeah.
You can, yeah.
Yeah, I can. Okay. I kind of want to try. I kind of want to see what happens if I try to cast Turn Undead.
Turn or destroy undead. You have access to both, technically.
Oh man. Okay.
It's a 30-foot radius.
I kind of want to see it.
I kind of want to see it. I kind of want to see what it does.
All right, so you should go make an athletics check to see how far you can jump, if you don't mind.
What's your
Athletics.
This is gonna be so badass. Be so badass.
Don't jinx it, don't jinx it.
Only athletics.
A 20 and then add your athletics. You can see us so much.
I rolled a 7.
What's your athletics?
Can I pick her up by the armor and throw her?
It's a little late for that, unfortunately.
It's all good.
What's your total?
Hold on.
Okay. Just get the swing of it.
I'm so sorry, you guys. I rolled a 20 or I rolled a 10? I rolled a 10. Hold on.
It's all good.
Oh, that's a 20!
Wait, what is she rolling?
She accidentally rolled a 10, so she was re-rolling for a d20, and she rolled a natural 20.
That's pretty good.
Thanks
I'm
for the
not
translation.
Mr.
Yes.
Fair.
Oh, yay!
Okay then. Given that circumstance, you in this semi-radiant form, you're back and leap into the air. And for a split second, you see with a flash of light, almost like these momentary feather angel wings, just burst out of the shoulder of Pike, that flap once and then disperse into sparkling feathers that vanish under the rain. As Pike leaps out,
Pike's
landing
face.
35 feet in the center of this, on top of a skeleton. You slide down its body as its shield pushes you off the ground, and you land on your feet. And as far as you can tell from your eye line, all you see are chattering skulls and blades around you for all visual perspectives, and a little bit of the skyline above you, a little bit of the clouded night sky. So Pike, are you gonna use your action to destroy undead?
Yeah!
Okay.
Come on, Pike.
Oh my gosh.
What's your spell DC? On your spell page.
It is 16.
16. Good to know. It's wisdom. They're -1 wisdom.
There's like 80 skeletons he has to roll for,
Yeah,
so
he's rolling a gajillion times, actually.
Roll.
it's a lot of fun.
Which
I just keep hearing a thud.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's gonna be like a knife through butter.
I can't believe he's rolling this many times.
dude.
No.
Okay. So as you see all the skeletons begin to reach for you,
I mean, you can't believe he's rolling this many times because he probably shouldn't be. Like, let's just be real about this. I don't think he rolled actually 60 times. Maybe he was doing it in pairs or in triplets, but you're not gonna be rolling 60 times for turn undead. So 60-foot diameter. Yeah, I mean, this is gonna be an awesome moment no matter what. But yeah, you gotta group these a little bit. I like the part with the cleric all over the place. Yeah, really convenient timing for Pike to come back, right? This is like weirdly helpful. What up, Hans? How you doing? That amount of rolling is purely to make Ashley feel badass. Oh, 1,000%. You have to roll in this situation. If you roll once, shit. If you roll 80 times, shit. You gotta roll just enough to where she feels like really cool. And maybe like a couple of them survive, but the vast majority get mowed down. The last time he did groups of 10, it seemed like, yeah, which would be totally fair. Groups of 10, groups of 5, whatever. Pike said it's clericing time, yeah.
and their blades come pulling down towards your armor. You curl into a ball, clutch your holy symbol of Saren Ray, and through the connection that has allowed you to be here in this moment, you feel this welling up radiant energy just burst out from you in this shockwave of glowing radiant force, just blast outward. For that entire blast wave radius, which would be the entirety of this road leading back for about 60 feet, you end up turning to ash, roughly 36 of these skeletons.
Whoa! What?
Just the rain itself is disintegrated by the sudden wave of heat, and there's just a cloud of ash that turns to mud immediately against the rain and slams against the nearby buildings, slowly dripping down the sides. Pieces of metal armor just go slamming to the ground, rolling, and piles of currently unused weapons.
Our jaws are just.
Yeah.
As you look up, you can see the remainder of the horde, which you're looking at probably about, at this point, 20 or so skeletons still pushing forward at this point, just mindlessly rushing towards the closest thing they can see, which is this glowing beacon of a gnome in the center of the street.
Oh my gosh.
All right, so that's Scanlan. What do you want to do?
By the way, can I just say, that's my girlfriend. You just did that.
I will also say another way that you can run this if you are like running, this huge thing or whatever. I hear a lot of people say that they don't use percentile dice a lot. I really like percentile dice personally. I think the main issue is that they don't interact with like the modifiers very well, which is totally fair. So like in this case, I would just consider, Pike's, I would say like, okay, like Pike, what's your wisdom modifier? Like your spellcasting modifier, whatever. I think it's wisdom for clerics. Yeah. And I would say like, okay, like that's, like gonna skew the result a certain percentage. Like each point of that is 5%. And then I just roll percentile dice, and that is the percentage of skeletons that get taken out by this. So that her modifier essentially becomes like a floor of like how many skeletons are going to get taken out. And then the percentile dice, bump up that floor essentially. So that is also one way that I could see running this sort of thing. I use that sort of percentile system a lot when it comes to mitigating like huge disasters like this. So like, the fucking walls falling over, you brace it with this, certain action. It saves 80% of the wall. It's still structurally sound, what have you. And those things are things, you really have to come up with in the moment. But for this sort of thing where you have this huge horde that you're affecting most of, I think it's a super fine way to do it, but also the way that Matt did it, of like breaking them into chunks of 10 or rolling 10 times or whatever. That's also totally fine, especially if you do want to roll a lot of dice to make Ashley Johnson feel really cool. Yeah, they don't. Though I think there's an appealing to adding regular modifiers to percentiles. Yeah, you have to figure out in the moment what makes sense. So, like, I would say, a modifier, like 1 point of a modifier is worth 5%, 10%, whatever. And then do it subtracted maybe against their modifier. So their wisdom modifier was -1. If hers is, +4, then we say, okay, it's a total of 5. So 50% of these guys guaranteed going down. And then we roll percentile to see how much of the rest we get. Talk about how to make a player feel awesome. First session back in a while, and she immediately gets to take out 30 enemies at once. Very true. Very, very accurate. No, the struggle with percentiles is how to differentiate between 79 and 80%. Yeah, which, like, I will say, I'm not going to, as the DM, I'm not going to sit there and say, like, yeah, I'm rolling a percentile dice right now. Or, like, yeah, you got 80% of them. I'm using the percentile dice as basically a tool for me to run this massive, massive amount of enemies or this massive environmental hazard. So if I roll, 79 or 80, I'm doing the quick math on, okay, 80% of this. Yeah, I'll probably like round up a tad and just give them the higher of the two numbers in terms of actual enemies there. Just how one should treat a guest player. I mean, not wrong. For the record, I adore Ashley even more retroactively for having her full-time later. I mean, yeah, I'm going to continue calling her a guest player until she's not. She's my favorite guest player, but I'm not going to call her something she ain't. You know what I'm saying?
I have to go to her aid. How close are the skeletons that are approaching her right now?
They're going to be acting after this, so they're about 30 feet away from her. So just outside of the radius of her spell.
Okay.
See you later, Soul Angel.
She jumped 35 feet out there?
She did, yes.
Can I do that?
If you want to try.
She rolled a natural
20.
Jesus, that was hot.
on my first roll.
That's amazing.
So happy, you guys.
Man.
It won't happen for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to jump to her.
Okay.
Do it.
Gotta limber up first. Stretch out the calves.
This is gonna go so poorly.
That's 20 for love.
Take watch.
For love, yeah, 4. Is this acrobatics or athletics?
It's athletics.
That's a 9.
The wall itself is slick, and as you push down, you lose your traction on the front. It doesn't cause you to fall per se, but you manage to get 10 feet off the actual wall, landing with a foot in the dirt, and Pike still 25 feet away from you.
Okay. Do I still have a move, or is that my move?
I'm gonna say that's gonna be your move.
Okay. Shit. How many are in my line of sight? Like.
The 20 or so that are left are.
Slight rules lawyer aside, jumping does just like take movement for the distance that you covered when you jumped. But then if you're prone, then you would have to spend half your movement to get up. So he would probably have a little bit of movement left, but not very much. So because he probably wouldn't have very much, it's like, it's probably fine. Especially if you're not like super familiar with the system yet. It's fine for him to just not get that movement. Especially, like, we're not even on a gridded surface. We're just kind of throwing out distances as we go. trying to get the quick rules lawyer side in there, but like it's fine. I'd say she's more part-timer than guest. Yeah, she's a recurring character. AKL's right. She's not one of the main characters, but she's certainly recurring. I mean, I think she's been in as many sessions as like Allura or Gilmore, you know, so she's on the par of like very well-loved recurring character. Once Ashley's been at the table for over 11 days, she's a regular. I mean, kinda.
Currently 55 feet from you and beyond.
And are they clumped together by any chance?
They are. They're very close together.
Oh, great.
The friends turn to ash, and they're now starting to climb over the armor to find their way towards.
Okay,
Pike.
then I'm going to cast lightning bolt on them. Will I hit Pike? Is she in my line of fire?
Not if you angle it towards the edge.
I will angle it then.
All right, so.
Oh, and also, lightning bolt comes from out of my body.
Out of your body in a straight line.
Can it come from my cock region?
If you would like to.
I would like it to just spew forth out of my gonads just at them.
That is, of course.
I felt it the moment he said it comes out of my body. I was like, don't do it. Don't do it, Sam. And then he did it.
Of course you do.
Also, I'm trying to impress Pike. I got a lightning dick.
An arcane display of virility, if ever there was one. Scanlan does a singular, classic, ancient technique of the arcane thrust. And with such a bolt of energy, goes firing out, just barely arcing around Pike's form and slamming into a row of skeletons. Go ahead and roll your 8d6. And what's the DC on your spell? I'll say because you're doing the thrust, you do not get the cone on this one.
Well, it's not. It's 17.
He just put the cone down.
There's no
in a lower
1d6.
place.
No 1d6 for cube damage.
Yeah.
Not for skeleton.
The cube.
4, 6, 8. No, wait. It's 14, 16, 20, 22.
22. All right. So the bolt arcs through and slams into 7 of them. Even at what was the total damage that we said?
I'm sorry?
What the total damage was?
22.
22. Okay, yeah. So 2 of them survive. You see that they're kind of burnt, charred forms, and one of them's missing an arm now, and the armor itself is still kind of arcing little bits of energy. 5 of them, however, just explode into black, burning bone chips.
Bone chips.
At which point you can now see like bolts of lightning are coming down from the storm in the distance too, as the thunderstorm itself is reaching more of a fervor pace. The rain itself getting harder and harder on you guys. So with that, you can see looking over your shoulder on the other side of this wall. Another bit of skeletal horde is starting to come down one of the nearby intersections and starting to fall on the other side of you guys.
Oh, you're getting trapped.
Oh, shock. We should have fucking run.
You do see, however, that the group of 10 villagers and Keeper Yenin are currently like rushing towards that group to hold them at bay, and Keeper runs over his shoulder and says, "You! Don't worry! We've got this! You do what you must! It has begun! Finish it!" And goes charging forward, holding his shield forward, rushing towards the group of skeletons. The skeletons, however, you've just got to, you have to do something at this
I'm
point.
gonna hold my turn.
Okay.
Okay. I'm not. Sex magic is valid magic. I am not saying it's not. You know, I've just never had to deal with it at my tables, and if it makes them happy, you know what? Whatever 2 consenting adults want to do in the privacy of their D&D table, that's their business. Oh, but what I was going to say is this is, I think, Megaphone Man Not Mad just disappointed at Sam Riegel's crude humor. Yeah. This is a good example of a combination of a ratchet up in threat with an attention grabber to kind of classify it, right? Because he could have just brought the horde in here, and clearly Travis would have been like, yeah, fucking we should run, like that's what that means. But then Matt cuts it with this peasant saying, hey, like, we got this, the fight's just begun, hoorah rah. And like that is sort of what I'm talking about when it's like the DM has control over these things and like how threatening they seem, how engaged the players are. Like, yeah, ultimately, if the players are totally ignoring you as a DM, what the fuck are you gonna do? But you have some options to mitigate your threats, to classify them, to, you know, direct their engagement like he just did with that peasant. So that's sort of what I was referring to in the intro. And this is, by the way, not trying to like convince anyone or anything. This is just me trying to like specify my thoughts and like what I'm talking about when I say certain things. I just pictured Sam teaching chickens to play card games. What are we talking about? Oh God, there's something about cock there, but I can't quite pin down what Daniel's saying. Yenin said that, not a random peasant. Still, either way. I mean, you know, Yenin's lies and fallacies will not work on me. I know him for his shape-shifting ways. Cock magic? Like teaching them like magic card tricks. Okay, yeah, that's fair. Chat is hard to suck humor out of sometimes. I am someone who is very bad at like reading jokes in text. I don't have any trouble with it in like person, but like text, I have a lot of trouble getting the jokes. So if I don't get it, it's probably not because you weren't funny. Sometimes you aren't funny, but that one was probably funny. Roll an extra d6 for STD damage. Roosters are in fact a potent magical symbol. Yeah. Live in a South Carolina home of the Gamecocks.
The remaining 13 or so skeletons use their full movement to get up, only 3 of which can actually get into combat range with Pike, so speed is only 30. That radius really messed them up, man. Glad you could make it tonight.
Are they closing in on Pike?
They are, yes.
Oh, then I'm gonna leap off the wall and move towards Pike.
Okay, so you do this simultaneously. You're doing your action simultaneously. Yep. So you run off the wall and make it up. Not a problem at all. Speed. Pike, as you see the rest of the skeletons zoning in on you, Vax suddenly just rushes to your side. Daggers at the ready. 3 skeletons are going to take swipes at Pike. That is a 17. Nope. Oh, it's a 7. Oh, skeletons. And that is a 12. Yeah. 2 of them try and swipe, you just knock you out of the way with your shield. The 3rd one does hit you in the front of the chest, but the armor deflects it entirely, and the blade actually sinks a little bit into your form, but the radiant energy that holds your position there just pushes it off, and the blade itself seems almost dull from the impact.
Up yours, Harryhausen.
Yep.
How many skeletons are in range right now?
Well, the final 7 that are currently there are within range if you wish to attack any of them. There are 3 that are currently in melee with her.
I'm going to take my blades and spin around, pommel out. I'm going to start punching. I have no idea to do anything. There is a symbol of Sarenrae sewn into this glove right here. I'm just going to start. I don't have the boots of haste on, so I can just take 2 swings at punching. Yeah, 2 skeletons. 1 skeleton. Whatever skeleton is closest to Pike.
There's a skeleton right next to both you and Pike.
Yeah. All right. He's getting it in the dusty jaw.
Go for it.
All right. I have no idea how to do this. I've never done anything without a dagger. That's no good. What do I don't know.
You still get sneak attack if you're in
That's true, but I have to hit.
So if you're just physically punching, this is strength based. So
Oh.
roll d20, add your strength modifier and your proficiency. Although it's unarmed strikes, I don't know if you're proficient with it.
I heard that there's a traitor in my midst. Who is helping them play Megaphone Man Bingo in the chat. What the heck? I am surrounded by traitors in my own home, in my own domicile. Next, the dogs will be helping you. Bug, you would never turn on me, would you?
No, that's fine. So the first one misses entirely.
Okay.
And the second one is, this is probably fine for skeletons. This is 12, 13, 14.
What'd you roll on the dice?
Oh, 11.
Yeah, you hit.
Okay, that's the right hand with the symbol.
Okay. Go ahead and roll 1d2 plus your strength modifier damage.
1d2? There's no 1d2.
Yeah, roll a d4 and divide by 2.
Oh, it's a 1, so it's a 1.
What's your modifier for strength?
2, so it's a 3.
So you do 3 points of Vax damage right to the skull.
Yeah. She killed 36 of them!
it hurts at impact and you feel like the bone kind of wells as the skull kind of back towards you.
Well, this symbol does nothing for me. I'm here to soak up damage for you, Pike. Let him hit me in the face.
It looks great.
Very good question.
It was very
Well
cool.
done. That was a fun
Oh,
round.
it's a test. It's better now than against Silas Briarwood.
True enough.
Can I make it around the wall?
Maybe.
If you want to make an athletics check to kind of leap up and use that to jump off, you her sir of Mr. Athletic movement and high speed.
19?
Level 19?
12 and 7?
I'll say you leap up on the wall, use that as kind of a stepping point, and jump as far as you can. You get 20 feet forward, beyond the wall, land with your hammer to your side, flames flickering off the edge of it. You still have, I'd say I give you 20 more feet of movement at this point because you're crazy fast barbarian.
Can I reach him?
You'll be able to reach 2 of them, right on the other side of Pike.
Tea time. And I rush up with the hammer and swing.
Okay, go for it.
I was picturing tea.
Like Happy Gilmore. Like Happy Gilmore.
A fistful of crumpets.
Tea time. That's 26.
It's time for
I think while we're still like relatively in combat, I'm going to increase this. I never increased the playback speed because we never actually went into combat.
teapot.
Wait, something's best.
Roll for damage on the first
Okay,
one.
no.
It's the compliments, I do declare.
Get your doilies out.
11.
Oh man, I
12.
missed you guys.
12 damage? How much is the warhammer? Die. Not fire damage.
Oh, just 11.
11? Okay. as you smack into it, you can see the bones themselves are brittle by nature, but the solid slamming force of a a thick piece of honed metal into the side of this bone brittle creature just sends it shattering to the side. You get the feeling these entities are particularly fragile against bludgeoning weapons. So your first strike just scatters one of the skeletons across the ground. You have one more in your reach if you want to go for your second attack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
20.
20. Go ahead and roll damage on that one.
16. 22.
The second one just explodes up into the air. You can see one of the shields go flying off and land on one of the roofs, almost like Walter White's pizza.
I dodged
It's just stuck up there.
High five.
You as Great Master, I believe if you kill something, you also can use a bonus action to get a third.
Yeah, grab.
Outside of your frenzy range. So I mean, nothing's right now in melee range for you, but if you want to throw your hammer, you could.
I'm also not raging.
Correct. That's what I'm saying. As part of Great Master, you can not rage, kill something, and then get a free attack.
Well, let's throw some shit then.
So with the chain of returning attached to your hammer, you go ahead and send it swinging towards one of the further skeletons.
25.
Is that a Great Weapon Master thing? Totally might be. I've honestly never used it, and I haven't reviewed it in long enough to remember. That might be a Great Weapon Master thing. I just don't recall.
Definitely hits. Go roll damage.
Did you roll it? Yeah. Roll the percentage die.
14.
14. Double due to the bludgeoning vulnerability on the initial impact. The hammer slams into its rib cage, causing it to cave inward. Its entire upper body just falls into itself as the hammer just not making any resistance. Goes beyond and splashes into the mud. Go ahead and make your athletics check to try and pull the hammer back.
Like you're attacking ribbon candy.
Kind of technically.
13.
13. You just
12.
You just pull it out with a stinging sound, catch in the air, the blood kind of dripping, the mud dripping off of it, but you see it burning away as the flames begin to push through the actual mud.
Gross.
Never know a place to take a look at
Burns through the taste buds as the searing hot edge of the All right, then that round, there are now currently four skeletons on this side. We'll save for whatever you guys manage to in the next round or so. Just destroy them. The flaming sphere itself can just bash through them. So you're on two sides of the wall. The rain's pouring so heavily. There's a flash in the distance of lightning. I want to roll perception.
Oh, fuck.
16.
2.
Bad.
19.
17.
19.
19. So you got 20? You see in the flash of lightning in the distance, you can see just barely on the other side of the town square what looks like the outline of a giant currently slamming into something. And you know, from your eye, you see a second one to the south side of the city. There are still a few of these giant sentinels out there. They don't look too terribly close, but they're still on the rampage.
Or kill them.
There's a lot of giants to take on while we're out of. That's,
We need to go kill those giants right now. We have a holy gnome right now. I don't know how you came to us,
That's
Pike.
true.
We need to go to them, and we need to go to the Briarwoods now.
I'm out of spells.
We can't
go to the
I can't
Briarwoods
go to the Briarwoods now. I'm out of spells.
Granted, we're going to the
We
giants
had a
now.
choice.
Giants now.
Giants. Let's go get the giants.
Yemen, can you hold till morning?
As you're shouting this over, he is currently about 40 feet away, right now slamming into the front line of skeletons, grabbing his own holy symbol. You see another similar burst of energy to the one that Pike got earlier. That same
Cleric.
dull, bassy impact sound. You feel shudder on the ground beneath you as a series of more skeletons are immediately just disintegrated in his proximity. Looks over his shoulder. Till morning! Why wait till morning? We're fighting now!
We'll do what we can.
Hold that thought.
I'll go.
I'm
Giants
fucked
now.
without
Giants, yeah.
Like I can shoot an arrow.
Giants and me.
Yeah,
Better than the
One
Briarwoods
arrow.
plus giants. Let's go get those giants right now.
I love Laura Bailey saying I can shoot an arrow as if that's so different from her normal gameplay. Yeah, exactly, Deadly Spark. Ah, yes, the Ranger's out of spells. Like, come on. If Scanlan was out of spells, or if Marisha, but Marisha hasn't even used her wild shapes yet. Like, they're fine. They're totally fine. I mean, I think it is good. And like we said, like last time, I thought the dilemma is a good dilemma. And introducing the wall of bone, but also like Yenin and Pike, like it makes it a little bit more like, oh, like maybe we can do this. So, you know, I like this start to it. The entire thing was interesting. This is why skill challenges are a thing. He's running it as a combat though. Yeah, it's definitely, you know, it has an odd feel, but I don't think it feels bad. Like that's the really interesting thing is that everything last session I think like didn't feel nearly as good as this. Even though nothing was like homebrew or like, you know, like weird, like, you know, half combat shit. So I think that Matt is doing a really great job at this. As a fighting style, yeah. But I'm interested to see how this continues on. And especially like how big like the Tide and the Horde of Bone are. Because we have no concept for like how big this is. The only thing that we've gotten so far is the dead rise, and like, you know, that they bring them back and that they are, you know, useful somehow to the Briarwoods after they die. But we don't have like a great concept for like how like how much and like what scale to expect from this like tide of bone. And I'll be very interested to see how he continues running this. If we do enter initiative eventually, or if we stay in this like very like, you know, almost skill check adjacent area. Great weapon fighting.
Now,
Are the two giants together, or are they coming from opposite
no,
sides?
there's one over there and there's one off in that direction.
One to the east, one to the south.
Let's split the party.
Split the party. I say we do it. Fuck it. Let's split the party.
No, this isn't quite popcorn initiative. Popcorn initiative would be someone in Vox Machina goes, then the skeletons go, then Vox Machina goes, then the skeletons go. So you go like one at a time. So it would be like if Matt split up the skeleton side into like distinct units and assigned each of them and like a distinct like part of them. And then it's like, okay, Percy goes, then one of the skeleton units goes, then Keyleth, then one of the skeleton units. So back and forth. Skeleton Popcorn Initiative is still initiative. At the end of the day, this is totally initiative-less. So it like fundamentally isn't even combat at this point, which is again very interesting, very instructive for if you want to run things that appear as other things but are like abstracted into different systems. You could even have things that are like that look like combat. So like let's look at this the opposite way, right? Let's think about if you want to have a really like in-depth debate with like a very high-level politician or something, you could start an initiative and like say like, okay, like we're going to have the initiative order, like, you know, you guys are on like two sides of a negotiation. And, like, you can use certain tactics and, like, we'll roll skill checks and that'll do, like, a certain amount of, like, resolve damage to them. Like, this can go both ways. We can abstract combat into skill checks adjacent, and we can abstract things that are normally determined by skill checks almost down into the combat systems if we want them to be, like, really crunchy and, like, very organized. So this is very, very interesting and very cool. My last message didn't seem to go through, Fanlair. It might have been on live chat. No, it wasn't. I don't have any in review, so I'm not sure, Fanlair. Sometimes it's still like that. Sometimes I think that everything's coming through, but it doesn't. I don't know. Faster 2 for Pike, who is time limited, 1,000%. So, like, that is also a, like the benefits of 5e combat is that it's slow and you know what to expect. That is also huge weaknesses. You know, like, being slow and knowing what to expect isn't always fun. And so it really goes into kind of the puzzle nature of combat in that it gives you time to think. It gives you, like because everything is much more, like, rules-oriented, you know how certain actions will play out in a much more structured way than you do if you're doing skill checks. Like, with a skill check, if you fail, something bad could happen. In combat, if you attack and you miss, nothing bad happens, you just don't hit. And so that, if you want that sort of behavior, you can, like, abstract other aspects of D&D down into there. So, like, thinking through those benefits is very, I think, good. Like a rap battle, RE Initiative, exactly like a rap battle, Shatterwood, exactly. Yeah, but as Just Mustang is saying, if you're wanting to go through this faster because you have a guest player or you're up against the clock, not going into initiative, not slowing it down, but, you know, maybe being a little bit generous with the checks, what have you, could really behoove this situation. Welcome to the present, John. I agree. Never thought of using initiative in that way before. I've known its use out of combat for keeping track of things, but it might be interesting thing to have to try one day, maybe in a one-shot. And to be clear, I've never done anything like that. Like the debate thing that I just described, I've never done that sort of thing. I have done other things with initiative, and I have abstracted things similar to that before. And it's gone really well. Again, I think that initiative is really good for like puzzle type of atmospheres. So yeah, keeping track of things easier, but also like giving people a lot of time to think when, very kind of what do you call it? Like things are happening very fast and very important things are happening very quickly. So like crossing like very complicated what do you call it? Like people like sneaking in through like a tripwire maze, like going through all of these security things like very, very quickly. And like very individually where like timing is very, very important. That's something I've used initiative for a lot. And the sort of combat mode, I guess. Yeah, heist. Yeah, exactly. What happened to then? We passed it. When? Just now. We're in the now. But yeah, I'd love to use initiative for even more things. Who knows? Maybe I'm gonna run the first unshot very, very by the books, very little homebrew. But future unshots might try some cool homebrew shit.
One take east, one take west.
All right, weight it more heavily to the group that does not have Pike.
Yeah.
Okay, who's taking who?
Oh, I'm with Pike.
Well, we 4 can go and then you 3 can go.
Spellcasters should split up. I'll go without. What did you just say?
I said Percy, you, me, and Vax go on one, and these 3 go on another.
Yes.
Good, go.
I'll take the gnomes on my shoulders.
Give you a big hug.
All right, so we have Grog and the two gnomes and the rest of you.
Hey, we started something. We can't
We'll
stop.
run.
Who's going which direction?
Rock and the two gnomes will run
We're
south.
gonna be tired.
Okay, is it south and west?
Currently, it is south and east.
Why are we playing this? This is the stupidest.
Oh, it's not the stupidest. Everything we've done in this fight is the stupidest. Let's go. All right,
Let's go.
The,
We're going
gnome, big and smalls are going south.
We meet to the west.
We'll go east.
East.
We meet. We're going east. We're going to meet to the west when we're finished.
Yes.
Listen to your.
If we're
Listen to your ears.
Although remember, their signal's a little weak.
Once we get back to the western wall, we'll be able to hear each other.
All right, so.
Oh God.
All right, so.
Oh, God.
So, Grog and gnomes, you guys are going to the south.
South.
All right, as you guys dart off, making your way around the still very ominous and creepy sun tree to your left, you can see all the various.
Dude, that's something I've never thought about before with the comm hacks. Like last stream, we talked about like the benefits and the detriments of just comm hacks in general, which is like their earrings, right? The telepathic communication or just ranged instant communication, but making it like a limited range like that, where like it is feasible in a large scale situation like this to leave the comm hack range is pretty interesting because it allows for there to be situations where you are still out of communication range, but more importantly, I think that it allows you to have those while also alleviating like meetups like that. So like Taliesin just said it almost exactly of like why and that's why I never thought about it before until he said it out loud. We'll be able to talk to each other once we get to the western wall. Of like they don't need to be super exact about their placement. Oh, see you later, Gremlin. Have a good one. They can just say like, oh, we'll meet in this general area, and once we get to the general area, because of the comm hack, we will then be able to find each other more exactly, which is very cool. It allows you to really expedite this sort of planning. You don't have to like look up an exact landmark and be like, yeah, we'll all meet exactly there. Or like if someone gets lost, but they're in the generally right area, like you can contact them and get them to where you need them to be. Like very nice meetup. Like don't worry about it. Don't worry about having to meet up. But again, it's not like just pure long-range communication where you can just, talk to each other from any distance. So very cool. Something I hadn't thought about.
Muddy prints of all the scraping skeletons that came through here, and in the distance you can still hear echoing shouts, combat shouts, commands being sent throughout. There's still very much an aggressive presence of the resistance in the city. You have no idea whether or not it's on the winning or losing side at this moment, but it is still active. You guys divide at this point. We're starting with you guys. Grog holding both the gnomes, and you can feel Pike is lighter than normal, and you know her weight quite well, as you used to putting up on your shoulders from growing up with her in recent years. But there's also this strange kind of just a vibration to her body. Like it's not physically there, but yet it does feel like there's physical presence. As you're rushing through the rain, kind of acknowledging this, you make your way to the bottom of the square. Charging through, you almost slip at one point and catch yourself. Head past one street, a second street, and to the left as you glance off, you can see there is another patch of skeletons. There's currently about you can see maybe 5 villagers that are just trying to tear through them. You see a couple of bodies of villagers that have recently been killed. There's one that's actually still partially alive on the ground. It's like dragging itself through the mud in your direction. Like, rain pouring down. There's a big trail of mud and blood currently behind him as he's kind of making his way towards you guys.
Help!
See? I don't want to rest on my laurels too much, but that is exactly what like an attention grabber is. Is like if you just narrated and he did it all in one, right? And I think that in this case Grog would have just come over more often, but like if one of them in the previous like Sun Tree scene had been like help us, I think they would have. Right? I think that would have immediately re-engaged the players. Yeah, this is not a good look for me, so I'm going to move on. But this is what the sort of thing that I was talking about.
What are you doing, Grog?
Pike, do you want to help him?
What did you say it was? I'm sorry. The thing
There's a
was
person
sorry.
wounded pulling themselves through the mud saying, help me.
Yeah, I do. I always want to help somebody. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's help him.
All right,
Okay.
we stop and let Pike down.
Okay, so you rush up at this guy. As you get up to him, you see his face is half covered in blood. His side is very heavily wounded. It looks like he took some sort of a spear wound that then tore through his midsection. He's been bleeding out pretty heavily at this point and probably doesn't have much longer to him. As you bring Pike down below, and Pike, what are you going to do?
Okay, I'll cure wounds.
What level?
I'll do 3rd.
Okay, so go ahead and roll a part of that. So,
She's the best. Look at her, Grog. She's helping an innocent bystander. She didn't have to. She just
Step on his throat after she's done.
she just is a people person.
Pike makes
so
you better.
3d8 plus 5.
She kind of did.
23.
Music is great.
23?
23? Okay, so as you reach forward, he looks up at you like he just seeing an angel walk towards him and looks scared. He's like, no, not yet, not yet. And as you reach forward and kind of touch the sides of his face with your smile of mercy and understanding, your warm hands touch the sides of his head, and the energy of Saren Ray's blessing pours through his body. You can see the inside of his armor begin to give this soft glow from where the wounds are as they close up. You can see the large gash in his side begin to stitch itself up magically, and at that point he takes a deep breath for a second and kind of turns over and is now sitting in a sitting position, breathing heavily, looking around himself confused.
Oh, he thought he was fucking dying. I was like, why is he so weird about it? He thought he was fucking dead and he was getting taken to heaven.
You're an angel. You're a bloody right angel.
No, I'm not.
He reaches out for you with his hand forward.
1-6.
Thank you.
I help him up.
He gets up and he still seems sore and bruised and he still wounds across his body, but he's no longer on the path to terminal loss of his life. He stands up. Okay.
Yeah, Matt is giving Ashley a lot of chances to play into the core cleric fantasy. You're 1,000% right, AKL. She's literally She is literally. Yeah, no, I was confused. I was like, why is he being so weird? And then I realized that I was like, oh no, there's a very legitimate reason for him to think that this is like the light at the end of the tunnel coming towards him right now. That's so funny, dude. That's a great little bit from Matt. Great, like little bit of improv acting right there. Glowing winged healing, undead bane. Yeah, she had wings for a bit too. Though to be fair, he didn't see that. Yeah. To be fair, if I were on death's door and Ashley Johnson appeared before me, yeah. All true. All very, very true.
Run, now.
Oh, I intend to. And he reaches over the mud and finds his sword, wipes it off from his side, turns around and rushes back into the rest of his allies.
I pick Pike back up, put her on my shoulder, and we keep running.
Okay, you guys go charging back into sort of the south side. You go.
Oh, no!
We lost Pike.
It's okay.
Telling the story.
Oh god!
Technology. As you guys continue running forward, you go past two city streets. Like the whole city is dark now. It's closed down in preparation for this evening was going to entail. So you go past these two streets. To the left, immediately you hear that familiar sound of a large, heavy mass slamming into the ground. And as soon as you turn the corner, you can see there are 3 people left in this one resistance brigade. There's a pile of wounded and or.
Oh wait, I started. That's so interesting. I thought that we were gonna get more out of that, like out of that little scene. But that scene was literally just for Ashley, which is, I've talked about it 100 times. I'll talk about it one more time. Target your players. Like when I'm talking about targeting my players, that's a perfect example of not just like generally playing into the core fantasy, but like specifically being like, hey, Pike, what is it, Surefoot or Trickfoot? Pike, Trickfoot, you right there in the armor. This is for you. Hello, here you go. And like the speed at which he moved on after that, after they like kept running, very much says to me that like that is what that was for. That was just, here you go, Ashley. Here's a moment for you to like be you and be your cleric self, and now we are moving on. Very cool, very dope. Make your player feel cool. Let them play into their fantasy, what they want to do, how they want to have fun. Yeah, that was just awesome. That was really, really great. An undead horde before, and this NPC are the cleric equivalent of shoot your monks. Yeah, 1,000,000%. And that's like when I was talking about the Tyliri fight of like, this fight is for a monk. This is how you do it. Like, just targeting your players and allowing them to feel cool and play up their class fantasy is amazing. And it's also one of the reasons I generally prefer smaller parties, is because it's easier to do that more consistently. But that's not to say that you can't, and definitely should still do it with larger parties. So yeah, very, very cool. It was just for Ashley, and yeah, especially if that player doesn't get to play often. Yeah, exactly. If they're there less often, and I mean that's kind of the entire idea behind like targeting your players, is you want to look and like kind of like analyze in your head all of your players, like, and a lot of times that's one of the reasons I really like taking session reports, is because in my session reports, I'll often note, the big highlights from the episode. And if I notice, or not the episode, but the session, if I notice that one person isn't in the highlight reel, I'll normally try to include like one thing for them next session. Something small, maybe it's tied into the main thing, maybe it's not, depending on if it makes sense, so that they guaranteed show up in the highlight kind of reel the next time. And then, we just fucking iterate on that. If everyone shows up, then like, great, maybe I don't need to target anyone next time. And that goes for like, yeah, man, like Ashley was absolutely cleaning up this episode, like, or maybe, the highlight part of it is like, fuck, like, Taliesin just kept failing his rolls. Like, Percy kept trying to do shit and just like could not, or the opposite. Fucking Percy was having no problem. He was just tearing through people. Let's introduce a horde where suddenly his single target damage isn't as effective. So yeah, there's a lot of that when talking about like planning like the micro of each session. That I try to think about. I'm not always the best, but it's definitely something that I try to do.
Killed soldiers around its feet, and it looks like it's been nearly untouched. This one just apparently got the drop on, or at least they were not fully prepared for what they're up against. And it's just swinging this giant club in the air around towards them. They're all kind of keeping their distance, not knowing if they should run or keep fighting. As you just turn around the corner, why don't you guys roll initiative?
Initiative, Ashley, initiative.
We're into initiative.
Wait, I cut out right when you said, was that guy bad?
No, he was a good guy. You did good. You did good, kid.
Okay.
You picked up a sword and went running back into battle.
Back to the fight.
Okay, good.
Boss.
16 for me.
Yes, me too.
Hey,
Fantastic.
we'll go last.
He's got houses.
Oh, wow.
This is fine.
Everyone is very rolly. What do you get
He's
for
scrolled
initiative,
over time, and
Ashley?
it curled
I
up
got
to 6, so it's
So,
She said 6?
Yeah.
Initiative.
It'll be fine there.
That's okay.
Fine.
Oh, look at that.
Initiative, because I'm assuming we're fighting giants, which I'm assuming have an actual stat block.
oh, he's huge.
Yeah.
Rogue is almost as big as him. Almost.
Whoa.
As you can see, there are 3 of these.
You ready for this, Grog?
She's turned this way right now.
Sure you are.
They're kind of keeping their distance at this point. All right, so initiative. All right.
But a giant, you can do this.
Oh man, I'm so excited.
Horrified.
Yeah, me too. A little horrified.
All right, so initiatives are
16. And 6 for me.
alrighty.
Where's Trinket?
I'm writing Trinket.
Oh, we're writing Trinket.
I'm writing Trinket.
Okay, we're cool.
All right, Grog and Scalen, you guys are up first.
I'll go first. I'm not going to do much.
I'll go first.
But I will take out my wand of magic missiles. Because I got to use everything I got at this point. And I will shoot. Fuck it. 6 missiles. I'll use 6 of the slots.
Okay, how many more?
So it's 3 plus another 5.
Okay, and how many total did you have in there?
Every day it recharges and I rolled and it's back up to 7.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so you have 7 is the max you can hold for that.
Yes, and
okay, so you're using the last of yours for this. This is your last.
I'm using 6 of the 7.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, gotcha. Then go ahead and roll for that.
Put the stake on this guy.
What do I do?
watch it.
11. What am I adding to this?
Well, for magic missile, you'd be firing.
Yeah.
Oh, it just happens.
Yeah,
Yeah, you don't have to roll. They all hit automatically. That's kind of
Oh.
the good thing about magic missiles, just hits. All right, so you create 3 darts. So it's 3d4 plus 3. And then if you're casting it at 6th level, you said?
Yeah.
All right, that'll be an additional 5 darts.
So
So 8d4 plus 8.
Okay.
B2.
5.
Oh, yeah.
12. 14. 15, 16, 17 plus 8, 25.
25 points of damage to the giant. As you jump off of Grog's shoulder, pull out your wand, it all of a sudden glows for a second, and from that point, like a swarming enemy missile storm, these unerringly hitting arcane missiles slamming in the side of the giant. You see bits of its flesh kind of unfolding and spilling off the side, exposing some bone underneath, as all of a sudden its attention shifts. Looking over its shoulder at the three of you, it begins to right itself, preparing for being flanked on each side. A little bit of undead intelligence within its brain, knowing how to defend itself.
As my movement, I'm going to... Where am I?
You're right here on the side of the
road. I'm going to move just in that... the thing. Where's the laser?
Oh, the thingy?
I don't know. I'm going to move to my left into that little alcove there.
Okay, just you're kind of hiding around.
Okay, I think it is either B2 or I2. I think I could see I2 more than B2, honestly. Like, it's an item, but Scanlan used it not that long ago. Yeah, and I think that more honestly, I think I'm actually going... Oh, it's so hard. It's so hard to decide. Because I think, honestly, in this one, I'm going to go I2, because he forgot what Magic Missile did, not what the Wand of Magic Missiles did. He just forgot, like, how Magic Missile worked. So I'm gonna go I2, but also if we can switch it later to get B2, maybe I'll switch it.
Wall of one of the buildings now, just dart off to the side, kind of glancing around the corner.
And I'll sing a song of inspiration for Grog.
Alrighty.
Well, no, Whitestone's got problems, and now we really can't solve them unless we make really deep cuts. So baby, show me that Grog blood.
Take your D10 inspiration. Wow. Grog, you're up. Hearing this, the beat in the back of your head is stomping his foot.
This is my jam! I go into a frenzied rage, and I rush the stone giant from behind. And I take aim at his right.
It's almost in the same position.
At his right leg.
You're spooning.
I aim at the back of his right knee.
Go for it.
That's nasty.
Yeah.
17.
That hits.
Should I roll damage first? Or all three?
Well, you guys know the current combat targets, you can roll all three, it's fine.
Oh, yeah, that hits.
26.
Hits.
24, sorry, that was 24. And 19.
Hits. He's very slow moving and a very large target. It's very easy to hit, thankfully. So as you rush up, first,
Wow.
what you got?
22 for the first one.
22, nice.
13 for the second one.
Nice.
15 for the third one.
Nice. Whack! You slam the hammer on the side of its calf. It buckles for a second. You can see the muscle itself kind of snap, and a piece of bone's now jutting out of the side of its leg.
Now we got Grog's blood.
That you swing the hammer on and slam it into the bone, actually jamming it deeper into its leg.
Yes!
As you pull back, there's still flames kind of burning the outside. You can see the flesh sizzling from the impact of the burning hammer. Swing it once in your hand. Whack on the other side. This time, the actual leg kind of bursts out that side. And it kind of falls almost a little bit. It's sort of walking on the stump of a leg now. You've pretty much destroyed the bottom half of its middle of its calf to its foot. There's just something over. The toe's still kind of wiggling on its own. Half on.
Look, I know that was a Taylor Swift song. Yeah, Grog is a Swiftie. I can see it. I have absolutely no clue which one. Is it called Problems? It's like no, Bad Blood. So now we got it's Bad Blood. It's Bad Blood.
So would you say you know that reference?
I know that reference.
Did you know that reference?
I mean, I wouldn't have known if it was like the song name or not. Like, I would have just been like, Bad Blood, maybe? I don't know. So I don't know. I don't know that I would say I know that reference for the bingo card. Traitor in my midst. Didn't Kiki roll a nat 1 not so long ago? I don't remember that, maybe. He caught us on no. Oh no. No, I knew it was a Taylor Swift. I feel like B4 has been progged by either Sam or Travis at this point. I don't think I've seen it. I've heard a lot of groups like whoas, but I don't think any crack ups at this point. It's all falling apart.
On part of its leg, at this point, it kind of rotates in place towards you now, using one hand to get around as it brings its club up. Looking up into its face now, as you haven't really had a close look upon this. It's strange to see. You see there are similar features. You've encountered stone giants. This up close and this personal. This is where your breath and your blood comes from. However, half of its face is torn off by some sort of large claw mark, where there would be an eye, just a sunken socket. And there's just these streaks of kind of dried blood that long before the rainstorm came and just smeared across the face. And part of its jaw is broken open. You can see jagged, broken teeth underneath. Its tongue kind of lolls out the side and just reaches up with its club to come on down. All right, so the first, it's going to come down and strike you with its giant club-like piece of heavy wood and metal. That's a natural 20.
His face as he said it.
That's an 18 plus 9. That's, yeah.
27?
So
Half.
Well, no, this is a hit.
That's
Oh, yeah, gotcha.
All right, so the first strike comes at you for 16 points of bludgeoning damage, half to 8. The other one comes to you at 14 points of bludgeoning damage, half to 7.
Okay.
It looks very, very angry and very frustrated with the current circumstance, but you take each blow to the chest, showing off that strength you normally would do to something of your kin and ilk, even though it's not really living. Held habits are hard to break. Finishing its turn, three resistance numbers rush into its side. It's now turned to face you. It's broken leg. Rushing in, strike it. Hits. And they're all on short swords out. It's like stabbing into the side of its body. Now they have this opening and this distraction at its current moment.
Oh, Grog did rage.
Oh wow, no. 21 points of slashing damage. Damn. All three of them just stabbing it and blading the side. That ends its turn. Bring it to the top. Pike, you're up. Woo!
He didn't say the thing, but this is not in quotes. It only has to be the exact words if they're in quotes. Yes.
Go, Pike! Wait, I rolled a 6.
Yeah.
Now it's your turn.
It's now your turn. You're the
Is
free
that my
end.
turn?
Yep, everyone else went. It's your turn.
Okay, so I'm gonna guiding bolt.
Okay.
Big guy. Oh wait, is anybody low? Grog, where are you at?
He's right there, but go ahead.
Directly in between you and
Go
the
ahead, Pike.
Oh, right.
Light him up.
Guiding
You
bolt.
got this.
It just, friendly fire just turns Grog on.
Yeah, I'm just getting a warm up right now.
Go make a ranged spell attack. Just go roll d20, add your spell attack modifier.
Most of his damage comes from behind.
Okay.
17.
Are you casting at first level or at higher level?
I'll cast it at a 4.
Okay, all right. And what'd you roll?
17.
17 definitely hits. So go ahead and roll 7d6 radiant damage.
What?
Wait, what?
How did we not have Pike with us this whole time?
76 radiant damage.
Vaporize this motherfucker.
We're in Pike Town.
Cross the streams!
Oh no, Grog, that means you're gonna get that much damage.
I'm a good person.
Yeah, he's radiant. He's doing Morgan something.
Are you?
This is a single target spell. There's no radiant to this.
Single target. All right.
What time is it?
What's your total damage?
24.
24 points of radiant damage.
Yes.
Okay, so as you stand there for a second, you pull your holy symbol up, kind of putting your shield to the side. As you release your hand out in front of you, this beam of divine energy streaks out, slamming into the zombie giant. As it hits, it continues to burn like a stream into its body, kind of searing the flesh in a path as it does. As it impacts, it leaves this kind of glowing, pulsing divine symbol across its chest of Saren Ray. The next attack against it has advantage.
From Pike or from everyone?
No, the next person to attack, it gets advantage.
Did I take any damage?
No, she was very precise with her impact on the giant. All right, do you want to move on your turn at all, Pike? You stay where you are? You want to move closer to it?
Oh, can you not see? You're kind
I
of
can't see
far.
very well. I'll stay.
Okay, so there you are.
Yeah.
Okay, so you keep your distance from let Rog do this thing. Okay, that brings us to the top of the round. Rog, Scanlan, you guys are up again.
Let's go.
Next attack has advantage. I defer to you. I'll hold my roll.
Sweet. If he started to lean down, I want to take his head and turn it into a T-ball target.
Okay. Master thing.
Yeah, but then he gets advantage.
Yeah.
This thing means -5 to hit plus 10 of damage.
Yeah, that one.
That's what you can do it.
Oh, it's pretty good.
Can I do it on the last one?
Okay.
Let's do it. Why not? Okay, we'll do Great Weapon Master Range. So, what's that?
And then you
Use it on that one.
So you can
Oh, you have advantage too.
Yeah, you have advantage.
Oh, that's even worse.
There you go.
Wait,
No, that's better. That's better.
let's not use it then. 16?
16 hits.
Oh, good, okay.
It's a big target, not very hard to hit, just has a lot of hit points.
16 again?
16 also hits.
That'll work. 26.
All right, all three hit.
Hey!
Kill it with fire. Kill it with fire. Sorry. 10, 11, 21.
Plus another 10 for
Alright,
great
just-
weapons.
Yeah, that was 11 this time.
Get it.
15, 25.
35 already.
He's access to addition.
10, 18, 23, 33.
Oh, shit. Nice.
All right, so as you swing the hammer upward, whack, it hits alongside the side of the skull, and you can see its skull actually cave and crack a little bit. The bone and flesh kind of scrape away. Where it cracks, you see a little bit of kind of black brain mass begin to leak through. Using that, you spin the hammer around and hit it again in the same place. Whack, finding the weak point this time, just the anger to smash through. This time, it caves inward, and you can see bits of bone kind of jam into its one still semi-functioning eye. Its head now kind of loosely pushed on one side. The jaw hangs a little bit loose. The third strike, you come down, whack, hit it from the other side. The jaw just dislodges and goes flying off.
Chips.
But it's still standing. This thing's a
Pike, look, he's holy.
jaw's dislodged. So it's just
Oh, I will say, so, I've said in the past that, about how I described damage, I was a little bit, iffy on how he described the, disintegration against that giant in Vasselheim. Undead are perfect punching bags for describing ludicrous damage. Because of their very nature, you can describe absolutely insane and wild shit about the damage that they're taking, and have them just keep on trucking. So this is just fucking fun. We're just having a good time. We're just beating the shit out of these fools, and it's all good. Yeah. Travis is loving this. Yeah, this is what Travis absolutely plays for. Is this sort of narrative destruction. Trolls are also good for this. Yeah, anything with regeneration, 1,000%. Yeah, undead are immaculate fodder. Exactly. Which is something that I, especially with how quasi-reluctant I am to describe huge scathing damage, I very distinctly consider what kind of people I'm putting against the party. One of my favorites to put against them are constructs that could theoretically be repaired as part of their healing process so that they could, be damageless the next time they interact with them. Like one of my very first campaign, one of my like big bad groups were the drones from Mechanist, like Maw drones, Duo drones, Tri drones. I fucking love those guys. They're so cool. Trolls are some of my favorite D&D monsters, actually, especially since I can come up with all sorts of variants based on their environments. Oh my god, yeah. Well, and they have so much folklore that you can draw from and like use to base your stuff, but also subvert your stuff. They have so many like legends around them. Yeah. And I love doing exactly what you're talking about. One of the things that I'm looking at for the current Unshot is, taking some monsters that I just think like fit what I want that combat to be and to feel like, but then thinking through like, okay, what would a monster like that living in this area feel like? And maybe swap some resistances, maybe like reflavor some attacks, but also potentially change some damage types. Like I love customizing my monsters like that. Oh, yeah, you're totally right, Fanlair. Yeah, BioBreak time. We just fought a hag-controlled trolls in a large cave. Yeah, God. Hags and trolls are sick. There's so many cool monsters in D&D. There really are. I do wish my main issue is like, talking about like a hag controlling trolls in large caves. Something that I really focus on when I'm customizing my monsters is taking like maybe weaker monsters, like monsters that shouldn't be like the centerpiece monster for a fight, and the way that I'll buff them up is by adding layer actions. I fucking love layer actions. I've talked about this before, so I won't go too far into it, but I think layer actions do so much to make a combat feel cool. Cindy, this is a skeleton. This is bones. Would you run from Callista Flockhart? I was really hoping that I would get it over the course of saying it. Do not get it. I've had this one line in my head for years of a troll coming back to attack a party. The father swallowed me and spat me back out. Trolls think their creator, gods, eats them when they don't regen. Ah, very nice. Yeah, that's sick. For like a troll barbarian especially. Fuck yeah. That's so sick. All right. Anyways, we're going to go on BioBreak really quick, and I will be back. Oh, and I was not even close to prepared to transition the scene, and now we're going to be back. timer's still going. Yeah, that's fine. What's up? Oh, good night, AKL. Have a good night. Harpy flashbacks. Yeah. I love the BG3 OST. All right. Yeah, and I didn't. Oh, dude, I left the. We had a. I think I mentioned that I had kind of a stressful morning with a potential gas leak, but I left my water bottle out in the car, so just a pure old glass of aqua this time.
The lower half of his jaw's missing, part of his tongue kind of dangling loosely out of the bottom. Part of his head caved in where it just...
Shall my hand up your skull and work you like a sock puppet?
You can stay where you are, Rod?
Yeah.
Alright, scanning, you're up.
How far can I move?
You can move 25 feet, so 5...
25, that's it?
You're a little gnome, dude. You're little legs.
Can I get next to Grog? Can I get near Grog? Where can I get in an angle where I won't hit Grog with lightning?
And you can, but pretty much every angle you're gonna hit somebody.
Oh, I don't care about those guys. I guess I should. Pike's with me. I gotta do this right.
Damn it to it.
If only you weren't here, Pike. Pike, don't look!
What are you doing?
At an angle up at his head.
I have really been curious about like using slots. I've read the stat blocks, but I've never actually used them in practice. And I guess I shouldn't say curious. They're always ones that are kind of on the periphery for me, like just slots in general, because I never feel like I can quite like really like internalize their tone. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like that's like really important to me when I try to run combat I want to feel like I can like run these monsters like the way that they would act, I guess. I don't know. It's weird. I've never felt like I can really get the slots in that way, but I'm glad that you demolished them though. Thanks for responding to my comment. The Unseen Writers chat feels weird doing things without asking. Oh, no, absolutely. Go for it. I always feel free to ask. No, absolutely no dumb questions, and I will definitely always give clarifications, especially when, I mean, you know, it's very, it's a very new system. It is not a system that has, like, a really easy, like, parallel. So, you know, we're all figuring it out, but I'm happy that you're interested in writing. Anyways.
Up into the sky.
All right, I will try to hit him with a lightning bolt, but miss as many people as
I would
possible.
say, you know, he's tall, he's kind of down a little bit because of the impact that Grog gave, but at a higher angle, you could probably hit him without hitting the other guy.
Okay, I will angle up. This time I would like lightning to come from my ass.
You're really bossing it. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
And I'll just lightning him at level 5, the normal lightning.
All right, so 86 damage does not make it.
Two more.
How can you even aim like that, Scanlan?
Oh, I have practiced aiming things with my ass in this campaign.
Yes, this is true.
Very true, sadly.
6, 9, 12, 13, 18, 19, 20,
That epic Elder Scroll music for this.
28.
28 points of damage, all right. The bolt of lightning shoots off into the sky, kind of arcing through its body. You can see where part of its neck muscle is torn. It kind of fuses into its shoulder from the impact of the bolt. And almost falls over from the blast, however, it catches itself and it's right back into its form. It's looking pretty rough, but it's still getting its stuff there.
That's... I just farted lightning on him.
That ends your turn.
I'll inspire Pike. I'll turn to her and I'll say further. I wish they all could be cleric Nomian girls.
All right, but you get a decent inspiration from Scanlan, a voice you've longed to hear for some time as your friendship has been so far away. So take your
Good,
1d10.
that's Scanlan friendship.
Friendship. Oh, man.
All right, so on the zombie giant's turn, it recovers.
I have absolutely no idea what that was. That was a classic, like, I would need SSH to actually tell me what that is. Oh, yeah. Glad I got the B narrow clarification. I have a habit of going overboard. Yeah, which is... And I mean, I have the same. I have already gone too overboard in my own head and with like some of the stuff, and I'm like, okay, you're just not allowed to write any of that down. Like, you can think about it in your own head, but you're not allowed to put any of it into articles. Because yeah, I want it to be like slow. I want it to be, you know, I want people to be able to write whatever they want, but for it to be like, you know, these little pieces so that people feel good adding on. The general tone for Sluddy is just pure chaos. Fair enough, and I'm not a very chaotic boy. Beach Boys? No, I would never have gotten that. I know, let's think about Beach Boys songs I know. Ba 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 baran. Ba 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 baran. That I got that one. And everybody's been surfing USA. Yeah, I got nothing else. That's my Beach Boys knowledge right there. I'm trying to think of anything else that Beach Boys have ever sung, and those are the only two that are coming to my head. So, yeah. Unless that's part of one of those. Or Van Halen cover? Did they do Jump? Jump. Dun, 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 dun. California Girls? California Girls is a Katy Perry song, right? I know California girls were undeniable. I got nothing else when it comes to California Girls.
From the bolt of lightning, looking at this large target in front of it, it sees this tiny little morsel. And starts like, you see it brings up its leg, partially destroyed, just begins to move forward. To just there to get you within range of its morning, so it's a little closer. So it gets 2 attack of opportunity from the 2 guards behind it.
I was about to say.
Against it.
That somehow actually misses with the 2. That does hit though. So then it takes, oh nice, 8 points of slashing damage from one of the guards as it runs by, just swings out and slashes across its thigh. As it comes up towards you, its tongue dangling out, this horrible gurgling sound coming out of what is now technically its open throat, as it brings its club upward in
As
the
my
air.
reaction, I bring up my shawm, it's a horn, and I blow the note. The note is like Dumb and Dumber, the sound he makes. Like that most annoying sound. Just sort of mash all my fingers down.
Okay.
That's the note I blow.
And is this your...
This is my, just trying to get cutting words.
Cutting words? Okay.
Cutting words.
All right. Well, it rolled a 21 to hit. So for cutting words, you get to roll D10, I believe, and just subtract that from the attack roll, right?
What is this?
That is 10. Big money, no whammies.
So 20. Does that hit?
That hits.
All right. So horrible squeaking sound. Okay.
Oh, wait. Oh, he rolled a 1 for the cutting words. Right.
You take 20 points of bludgeoning damage from the first strike, and your shawm is kind of bending. Not quite. You're probably gonna have to find one to get that repaired.
Oh, no.
You almost lost a tooth in the process. So as you're like from the impact, you pull back, and you can feel already like the pulsing of the blood to the veins from the burst. It brings up its club one more time.
Oh god.
And that's going to be a 13.
That misses!
This time, kind of bring its club up. You can see the arc, and you
I'm ducking down to work on the shawm.
whoosh, just swings completely out of your view. All right, that ends its turn. The guards are going to rush forward now. They technically have advantage on deflecting with you, so 2 and 3. Guys, you're killing me. 4, 6. This is 6 actually still hits. 6 and a 20. There we go, on a critical. So miss and then hit.
Nice natural 20.
So it's 7 points slashing damage from the first one and the critical. Ooh, nice. So 6 and 9, so that's 12. 14 points slashing damage from the other guy. So both guards rush up. One of them just misses entirely. One jams the blade to the hilt in the middle of the body and pulls out. The last one actually kind of jumps up onto its back and takes the sword and slams it into its spine and drags it down. A really decent wound for anything not this big. On this side, it's just a little gash still, but it left a nice sizable wound. It kind of opens up and you can, this horrible smell comes reeking out. The guy almost vomits as he backs up. Just the rot escaping from the wound. Ends their turn. Pike, you're up.
Put some hurt on this undead bastard.
Where are you at, Scanlan?
You mean physically or mentally?
You know, I'll give it to him. I'll give O2 to him.
Because I'm in love with you.
It wasn't a great description, but it was there.
But I'm right next to Grog. Grog and I are right in front of the giant.
Health-wise, where are you at?
Oh, I'm fine. Don't worry about me, baby.
Okay. So I'm gonna go up. I'm gonna go up to the giant where the open wound is.
Yep.
Like I just broke it open. I have sprinter's boots if I can't get all the way up to it.
Yeah, you'll have to use those to get up to him, yeah.
Okay, I'll use sprinter's boots.
All right.
I'm gonna use my mace.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna start ripping where that wound is.
Actually, the open wound would be around here, but with spinner's boots you can get there just fine, yeah. So you actually get around. All right, and you're technically flanking with Grog, so you have advantage on these attacks.
Noise.
So go for
So
it.
I roll.
You roll your attack twice and take the higher of the 2. I know you've been filming for a while.
Roll the d20 twice.
Yeah.
2 times. Take the higher of the 2.
So for each attack.
17.
Okay, that's the higher of the 2?
That's higher than I had a 7 and a 17.
Yeah, okay, that definitely hits. Go ahead and roll for the second attack. Because you can use your bonus action to strike because you're a war cleric.
He was rolling on cutting words, so I don't think it was an actual nat 1. It was like the how much are you reducing it by roll, I believe.
9.
A total of 9.
Did you add it to anything?
Wait, am I supposed to add something?
Add to your attack bonus.
Add your attack bonus on your next year weapon in your character.
Sorry guys.
It's okay, you gotta practice, bro. It's all good.
Love it.
You've been too busy being in someone's
You're
blind
busy
spot.
being the,
17 again.
17 again, there you go. Both hit. Go ahead and roll the damage for the mace plus, if I recall. Let's see if you're rolling for that yet.
I think it's 1d6 plus 3 plus 7 if it's an attack hit.
You got to disrupt.
Well, 1d6 plus 3, yep. You also have mace of disruption, don't you?
Disruption, I think so, yeah.
Yeah, man.
So what was the effect on that one? Do you have the item with you?
I do. Oh, shit, no, I don't have the papers.
Looking it up.
We stole it on the subway on the way home from work.
Yes, someone took it from me.
You also add additional 1d8 damage to,
2d6 radiant damage.
There you go.
DC 15 wisdom save.
I was not gonna make that. It didn't make that.
It's now frightened of Pike until the end of the next turn.
Ooh.
Awesome.
Whoa!
I'm always frightened.
All right, so you're rolling 1d6 plus 3 plus another 1d8. And how much do you say for that?
2d6 radiant damage.
Okay.
Wow.
So 3d6 plus 3, and then an additional 1d8 for each strike.
Wait, what?
Holy moly.
Wait,
It's
so one
so
more time?
goddamn powerful.
Undead, man.
She's fucking awesome.
So
What is it,
3
3d6?
3d6 plus 3 plus an additional 1d8 radiant damage
for every roll.
for both attacks, yeah.
For both attacks.
Her attack.
Fuck.
This is the best.
Okay.
Undead.
We need to start from the get-go.
I think it's Doesn't the bottom of his tankard just have just like a little like D&D sticker on it? I have not noticed anything like standout about it. If that's the disruption mace the disruption mace is awesome. The disruption mace is very, very cool. But no, I don't think I've seen anything crazy there. In future, keep an eye on there. Okay. Yeah, sounds good.
While she's rolling, can you just describe her hair at this moment? Is it whipping around? Is it in her face? Is it covering her eyes in sort of a sexy, sweaty way?
Adequate jam.
Can I?
He's
Can I
ignoring
use
you.
my? Can I use my 10, an additional 10 from Scanlan for the inspiration, or that's
Not for damage. That was just a hit, so yeah, I can't use
Getting
it.
carried away. Okay.
Oh, fuck, I missed it. Wait.
Can I use my
It's
10,
right there.
an additional 10 from Scanlan?
I see. Yeah, so it has D&D. It has like a mustache thingy, and it has a WV. I don't know what any of that means, but cool. Ignoring it was the best move there. I mean, yeah. I've gone. I think I've tread all the ground there is to tread on Scanlan Pike dynamic, and I am also going to ignore him there. West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take him home, country roads. Is that the WV? That looks like an airline. Those look like kind of like wings. I don't know if there's anything. Yeah, am I supposed to understand what any of this means besides the D&D part?
For the inspiration, or that's
Not for damage. That was just a hit, so yeah, I can't use
Getting
it.
carried away. Okay. 23.
23 on the first hit.
Oh, shit, for the second hit.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Let's
sorry.
go.
It's been a while.
23 on the first hit.
Sorry, guys watching. Sorry.
The Holy Retribution.
They'll understand.
Oh, I've missed Pike so much.
Nah, just a bit he does? A bit about West Virginia? It will become apparent. Oh, okay. It'll become apparent. Gotcha. Okay.
This you too.
I like your headphones too, by the way.
Kill.
21.
Yay.
All right, 44.
All right. The Mace of Deception actually has a different effect. It's not about frightened thing. If it has 25 hit points or fewer after taking this damage, it has to make a DC 15 Wisdom saving throw, which it fails.
Which means?
So as you rush up on the side of it, your spiritual boots carrying you, this blur of divine gnomish energy, you see through her somewhat shimmering radiant form, the hair itself glistens against the rain. It almost doesn't even touch. Somehow immaculate in the middle of combat. You find it slow motion in your head, and for that brief moment, you remember how much it hurt to see her go and how happy you are to have her here. However, you in the middle of your battle trance, Pike, rush up, shield ahead, you take the mace, and seeing the open wound, slam the mace in there once, wham! As you hit, the actual undead flesh burns away from the impact, leaving this kind of ashy swath of missing flesh in its body. A creature gives out this weird, gurgly bellow as its missing jaw goes, "Roar!" Using that moment as it rears back, how do you want to do this?
She ran away. She ran up and did a lap.
Oh my gosh.
So
man.
the magical power of this is
Okay,
the magical power of this is essentially destroying the creature. So describe this however you want to in your radiant cleric form.
Okay, I want him to sort of just explode with a radiant glow.
Okay, so you as he reaches back, you kind of see this foothold on its knee as it's kind of trying to keep itself alive. You leap up using your spinner's boots onto one of its knees, jump in the air, dropping your shield and two hands on your mace. You leap in the air, slam it downward as the mace impacts on the front of its chest. There's this brief moment of pause as it cracks into its flesh. Its head looks down at you, and there's a burst of divine energy as its entire torso just rips open. What would be organs within inside exposed, however, are all also turned to ash. The whole body just dissipates and disintegrates, falling into a puddle of liquid, messy, muddy ash and bits and pieces of remaining giant there. As Pike lands on the ground, 3-point landing, mace in one hand, walks over, picks up her shield again, and kind of looks over her shoulder at Grog and Scanlan.
Can I faint?
Yeah?
He's always doing that. Welcome back, Pike.
Oh boy, what the heck?
The three soldiers are now looking dumbfounded at this moment, kind of step forward, and you look like fighters, except you have this glowing divine entity amongst the three of you. Steps forward. If I might ask, who are you? And how did you do that?
We're the deliverers of this town. Go, spread the word. It all comes down tonight.
You're with the Dorolos.
Oh, tonight, tomorrow,
You're not there.
Tit-for-tat, whatever.
I'm just waking up. Wait, what? Tonight? What's going on?
It goes down to the next
24 hours.
If hours is. Don't put a timeline on it. These things, it takes no time.
So you're with the Dorolos.
With the Dorolos.
Let it be done. Thank you for the save when you gather our wounded and prepare for the next attack.
Prepare. Wait for a signal. Spread the word.
All right. Men, come! And the three of them rush off. They gather a few of their friends who are further down the road, all kind of groaning and wounded, getting up and kind of putting their arms over their friends' necks and gathering the dead and kind of pulling them off in the middle of the road. And you notice as they're pulling them off the road, each one of their dead friends, they're actually pulling out torches and lighting fire to their corpses.
Yeah, come back.
Yeah.
Should we loot them first? Okay,
You've got
that would be
nothing.
important.
So what are you guys doing?
Secrets.
Do we want to stay with that?
We should start heading back. We probably won't get there in time.
Right.
Oh wait, Percy said to meet in the west.
That's right. We should head to the west to the wall.
Yes.
To the city
That's
wall.
why we'll head west to our
West.
appointed meeting.
West.
Okay.
Wild
Vaguely west.
As we go, I'm looking at clotheslines for any sort of beret type of a hat.
Roll perception.
or a.
Can we roll hit dice? Speed tag or anything?
Yes, only during a short rest.
13.
13. Not in this weather. Not in this
Yarmulke,
city.
Yarmulke, anything?
No. Whitestone, not really a beret kind of people.
I'm a little thing. I have a little head. Maybe it could be just a shoulder pad.
Like a sock. Sure. There's also no laundry left out during the middle of a rainstorm. So
Alright, fine.
Terribly irresponsible.
it could be. Unfortunately, at this moment, no. You're unable to see any sort of a beret type, or can be fashioned to a beret type clothing.
Alright,
piece.
fine.
No dust and
Muddy rat,
tracelessness this
that's
time.
Oh, Grog's getting bold.
We're getting bold. Fancy.
All right, so as you guys go rushing towards the western side of the city to meet the rest of the group, the rest of you rushing past the center of the town square, you're running through the rain onto the far side. You can now see the form that you originally saw, Vax, is actually one of these giants has been pushed back. As you get all the way to the eastern side, you're actually outside of the city now. You're pushing into the forest, just on the outskirts. The raised hill amongst this this part of the town, just outside of the wall, there is the Temple of Pelor in the center of the large graveyard. You can see that this zombie giant has been pushed back. You can just barely see the crest of him currently slamming some sort of large metallic weapon around right over the tree line as you approach the outside gate of the graveyard itself.
I'm going stealth.
I hunter's mark him.
Okay, what's the range on Hunter's Mark?
That's a good question. It doesn't say. Wait.
A tadpole. I'm like a toad in Mario's universe. I'm growing it out of my brain. Look, if Eden makes the bingo harder because you guys got bingo like 10 minutes into the session, if he makes the bingo harder, I will give you like the reward of wearing the beret or something. I don't know. Do Sladi have tadpoles? I think I'm thinking of Illithids. It's definitely Illithids do. I have no idea about Sladi. I need to give some sort of reason that I put on the beret. To be fair, I think we got lucky. Yeah, fair enough. What are you examining? Paige is looking very intently at something. What? Oh, you were looking at the chat. Okay, they're also right here. I got two chats. I need to come up with some sort of reason to put this on, because I don't like having it on, but I will wear it. They're almost at a triple bingo. They're going for blackout. This split up from the party was genuinely a good idea in the sides of this combat. Yeah, it's definitely like a good idea, because they can. I mean, it gives them more room to like have a theoretical impact while also keeping all of the individual combats interesting. So like, I think that there is like and it's something that I would like very actively like not just allow but like encourage as Matt, because having these single giants fighting on their own means that if the entirety of Vox Machina just like goes up to one of them, they're probably just gonna crush it. But having them split up means that each of those individual combats can like actually be interesting. And so I don't remember when they were first setting this up if Keeper Yenin like encouraged them to split up, but I definitely would have had someone like Yenin or like someone else in that area encourage the split up as a way to like cover more ground or have more of an effect or what have you. Slad do have tadpoles that burst out of your chest alien style. Damn. All right. But yeah, no, this was very, very cool. And yeah, if they had planned on going through together, I would have certainly let them. I might have just narrated something to the effect of like, you know, one of them being like, oh, I don't know if we can like have enough of an impact or something in that range.
90 feet.
90 feet, you can probably a little bit closer.
Okay, I can just mark him as soon as I can.
Okay, good enough. You guys all going stealth in right now, or you're just rushing in?
I'm just gonna rush in.
Yeah, let's run.
All right.
I'm just running. Keep us running.
Okay, the gates are slammed open, part of the metal's kind of bent inward, like whatever was pushing the giant back at this point, it slammed through the gate.
Hey, Vax. I'm gone, man.
Oh, you're gone.
Well, I rolled a 23 myself.
You feel pretty stealthy.
You have an earring, though.
Yeah.
Shit.
If he's on his ass, you have a better chance of hitting him, correct?
Yeah, that's
Good enough.
Wait, did Matt ask him to roll stealth at some point? I don't... That might have happened way fucking back, and I just don't remember it, but otherwise... Yeah, otherwise that's I-5. Does anyone recall if Matt asked him? Because I don't. And I'm not going to go back to check.
Right. So, as you guys all rush into the center here, looking about, you can see this hefty graveyard. right, that you visited about 2 days ago, all of the graves are open. All of them are just excavated and open, and you get the feeling you're starting to see where they're pulling a lot of these undead from.
That's true.
However, many of them being armored and armed means that it wasn't a direct transition. They were probably then pulled from here and given weapons elsewhere. But that's the first thought that catches your attention as you rush in here. Rain pouring down, the clapping of thunder in the distance. You can see there are 6.
Okay, that's interesting because. So I was thinking about this. I'll assume he did or he didn't. Very, because Liam. I was thinking about this between the episodes of like, where the fuck were all these skeletons? Like, where were they? They weren't like tending the fields. They weren't like, were they just like set up in like a warehouse somewhere? Like, all just kind of like standing there T-posing. And then if they were in the graves before tonight, then that's a little bit weird given the comment that we got from Trevor/Patrick. I don't remember which was which, but the Trevor-Patrick duo about like, people like not staying dead for long. Like, to me, that made the leap that the common people know that these things get raised up, but if they were in the graves until very recently, then they weren't getting raised up. I don't know. I'm going to need a little bit more to like, kind of like put this together in my brain. Because this seems contradictory, at least from what I assumed was happening. Yeah, he asked if they were stealthing. They said, nah, no point. Vax then said he was stealthing and rolled a 23. Okay, no, he seems to be referencing an earlier roll. Time to go further back. Yeah, I think he's referencing something before. I assumed the horde was kept in the castle and released as needed. Right, that's what I pictured. Like when we first released the horde, I'm like, okay, they must all be standing somewhere, just chilling out, just waiting. Fucking swords on sword racks, whatever. And if they go into the castle and they see like a huge empty room that was meant to house the skeletons, like, grade A on Matt's part. Very, very grade A. But this description seems to contradict that. But it also could be maybe it was a bit of both. Maybe they had some in storage and then, some like auxiliary forces. So maybe that's the whole thing, is you send the ones out from the castle first, and then you raise the ones in the graveyard, push them up to the castle. So it's kind of like a wave type situation. Maybe they don't have enough storage at the castle to actually store all of them. I don't know. We'll need to see a little bit more for me to get it. Alternate mega bingo card bingo as well. Dang it. I just assume most were in the graves while fresh bodies were immediately raised. Oh, so all of the graves are from pre-Briarwood. They didn't bother raising up any of the pre-Briarwood people, and then just everyone that died once they got there, they've been storing in the castle. Could be. Very much could be. We'll see. I don't know. Went back, Liam said, I go stealth, and rolled before Matt responded. Okay. I believe it. I very much believe it. That also sounds like a very valid thought as well. Yeah, we're going to have to see. We're going to have to see how this continues going. I will say, in terms of, like, I mentioned that I thought that it kind of came out of nowhere. I remember in Deli Sparks, he was like, I don't really think it came out of nowhere. This sort of narration with, like, while they're on the way back from the nobleman estate, of like them crossing by a graveyard and seeing all of the graves upturned, I think you only need something small like that to really solidify it. Like, I've talked about the rule of threes before, of like, the introduction with Trevor and Patrick, and then a reminder with the graveyard, and then the undead horde. Like, it certainly was established the minimum amount it needed to be, but I don't know that, personally, I don't know if it was established enough to then wield it as this, like, mechanic during the big thing. But you can't always get that, especially when the PCs are doing things that you don't expect. Maybe you're accelerating some timelines. You kind of forget about the things that you maybe should remind them about. So it could all be, it's hard to say. The graveyard was foreshadowed before, though. They already visited it before the Palor prayer site was there. But they didn't talk, when they visited it, they didn't talk about the upturned dirt. So I'm talking specifically about the bodies being raised. So when they visited it the first time, none of the bodies were raised up. So I'm talking about foreshadowing in reference to the undead horde. Yes, the fact that the bodies existed there was established. But
60 remaining at this point of these soldiers that are now currently hacking away at this one giant that's being pushed up towards the edge of the temple right now. It looks like it's cornered, but it's kind of lashing out like a wild animal. Roll initiative, folks.
Initiative.
Yeah. It's the second one I've rolled in a row.
I'm a monster. I'm a monster.
I gotta
No,
retire.
it's not.
Oh, okay.
It's just I have really high initiative.
Can I already Hunter's Market now?
You can.
skeleton store.
And Matt,
Yes.
as we ran, I wanted to split off from the group and go along the side.
On the side this way? Okay, so you'll be over here.
I leap off a tree and I get close.
Alrighty.
I'm going to kill it.
Oh. Alright, so 20 to 25, or, yep, 2025, anybody? 20 to 15?
Oh, I'm sorry, 26.
Oh, I'm sorry, 26.
I'm sorry, I wasn't
was
paying
reading.
attention. 26.
Oh, I was reading a book, sorry.
Alrighty.
Come on, Shadow Turd.
Then,
This is gonna be hilarious. I'm gonna do something I've never done before.
alright, that brings us to Akil, again.
Oh no. 10.
Yeah, I was distracted.
Alright. The image of this whole thing, even though it looks like it's currently surrounded, its giant form, barely damaged at this point, is still a very ominous thing that strikes a bit of fear in your heart, causing you to currently hold back on your initial assault. And also worrying about not knowing how the rest of your party's doing. Percy, you start this off right now.
Pull out bad news.
Okay.
I'm gonna take aim, and I'm going to wait for it to raise its gloved hand up. It's holding a club.
It's actually, at this view you can see, it's actually a very, very large morning star.
It's a very, very large morning star.
Wow.
Drop that.
Alright.
I'm gonna have him drop the morning star. Aim shot.
Alright.
Come on, Percy roll, Percy roll.
Thankfully,
got shitty AC?
I've got shitty AC, so 16.
16 does hit.
Drop it.
Alright, so as you get down to the ground, the echoing explosive shot fired from the bad news slams up as it lifts its morning star in the air. Two its fingers get blown off of its hand, and the morning star just tumbles onto the ground, nearly crushing one of the guards nearby. He just barely manages to sidestep as it lands on its side, right outside of the temple pillar. Well done.
Next shot, I'm taking a sharpshooter shot. I'm reloading.
Yep, reload with your second attack.
Taking a sharpshooter shot.
Alright.
Oh yeah, no bad news, just gun jams, yeah.
15.
15 hits.
And this is also an aim shot. So sorry, I've spent another bit. So sorry for not saying that. I'll do my damage and then tell you what it was an aim shot to the legs. So that's oh my god, 16, 26, 32 points of damage, and it needs to make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. What's the DC on it?
Oh my god, this is insane. DC equals 8 plus your proficiency modifier plus your dexterity modifier.
Yep.
Proficiency modifier is 4. Dexterity modifier is
18.
Yeah, 18.
Alright. Ah, it rolled a 16 as a +4 modifier in Constitution, so it makes the save.
Damn it.
Alright.
Sorry, but
That's okay.
sorry.
I still did a ton
Sorry,
of damage.
But yeah, so the blast, the big chunk of its physical form just splatters against the side of the temple. That ending your turn, now having no hand at its disposal, it kind of glances over with a slow turning head, reaches over and grabs a big piece of the stone rubble that is destroyed from the corner of the temple, picks up over its head, and lobs it at you across the way. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
That's a shot.
That's going to be a 21 to hit.
Oh, that hits.
That hits. Take 28 points of bludgeoning damage, and have to make a strength saving throw.
Just strength saving throw?
Yep.
No, I rolled a 1.
Fuck.
So it slams into you and knocks you off your feet prone from the sheer impact. It actually kind of rests on part of your arm, and you have to work hard to push it off. But that will end its turn.
How much damage did it do to me?
28.
28? Oof.
28 points bludgeoning damage. That ends its go. That's your up.
I'm watching everything unfold. I see my sister roll up a hold.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bex.
I say, brother, you remember that giant a few years back?
I remember that giant.
Oh, we had my sister and then just brother, not my brother. So close.
You're up, and I shoot 2 arrows for my 2 attacks. 1 into his thigh, and then 1 into his wrist, right here.
Okay, go for it. Roll 2 attack.
I don't know which ones to go with. They both get hit. They're both 24s.
Both 24s?
Identical.
Identical.
Both hit, yeah. Roll damage for each.
All right. That's so crazy.
Same thing.
Yeah. 14 is
14,
26, 27, 28, 9, 30. Plus Hunter's Mark for both.
Yeah.
36 on top of that.
33, 37 points of damage.
37 points of damage. Whack! It slams into the knee itself, kind of pushing out the kneecap a little bit from the side of its softened flesh. The other one sticks and just disappears into its core, so you don't even see the impact. It pushes through the flesh and vanishes into its very, very
Wait,
large.
the whole arrow goes in, or I wanted to leave some of it out?
Okay. We'll say for the piece of impact here, it is okay. Roll a strength check.
That's fair.
I believe in you.
Okay.
This is control over your strength in this one.
21.
21. What'd you roll?
19.
What's your strength?
Oh, that's saving throw. Wait, yeah. Oh, damn it. 17.
17. Because you also your -2 strength.
Right, sorry.
That's okay. That's still enough. So gauging, pulling back on the little bit of focus you have as far as restraining. You're good at aim. Restraining is one thing you have difficulty with, but release the arrow, hitting at a very, very defined mark, shattering part of its rib there in the front, and the arrow still sticking out by about a good 6 inches or so.
Nice.
You know.
Start running.
Oh gosh. Oh no.
Am I within 30 feet? It's hard to tell.
Okay. You know, I'm normally not a fan of like aimed shots, not aimed shots, the common homebrew mechanic, not the specific homebrew mechanic of Percival's Gunslinger. Slight clarification there, but aimed shots are like a very common house rule. And I'm normally really not a fan of them. But I have talked about how I am okay with, some spell sculpting. Getting spells to do, maybe, slightly off things with, arcana rolls. And something like that of, I want to leave the arrow sticking out a little bit. It's not an aimed roll. You're not looking to get, an extra effect. You are just looking for, some control over that and, clearly, maybe has a mechanical thing later that you want to do. That is something where I'm very down for that to be... I would probably make it a dex roll just because it's a ranged attack, but also a strength roll, whatever. That's something I'm super, super down with. That is, like I said, it's aimed shot adjacent, but it's not actually aimed shot. I'm cool with it. I like it. I love that little bit of role playing there. Yeah, just throwing a little bit of it into combat. Really helps spice it up and keep it interesting. I find Gunslinger to be a bit weird because it just feels like a modified Battlemaster. I think that's kind of what they were going for. It kind of is. Battlemaster, Battlemaster's PHB. So, I think that's what they were going for. But I agree it's weird because they're not actually using Battlemaster, which they could have, literally just modified. They added in all of this, the guns breaking, and it's different enough to where it's, not like a one-to-one clone, but it's not that different. Which is, it makes it kind of fall into a weird place. I don't disagree. I find Gunslinger in general to be kind of weird. Just as a subclass. I find it to be far too much risk reward, but I've said that before, and I have also said, when my players want something specific, they want to fulfill a very specific fantasy, I try to let them do that, but have there be significant downsides. If you want something specific, I'm going to attach downsides to it. I think that these downsides are maybe a little bit too much, but I'd rather have them be too much than too little. So, if Percy likes it, or if Taliesin likes it, more power to him. It just feels weird that it's its own subclass. Yeah. To be fair, the CR crew love high risk, high reward. I think maybe my problem is that the reward isn't quite high enough. But yeah, this is true. Yeah, it's if you want something homebrew, you want something specific, I'll work on it with you. If you want to be Spider-Man in D&D, I will figure out how to make that happen. But you are going to be weaker. Ideally, only slightly weaker than you would be if you'd chosen a raw route, but you will definitely be weaker. My main issue is that I think Percy's too much weaker, but like I said, I would rather err on that side than the other. So, yeah.
You're nuts.
All right, so I hit one ankle against the other on my boots, and everything slows down around me a little bit, and I double my speed and run towards it.
Wait, did you use your boots of haste?
Story of Talison's builds.
I don't know.
It's been a long day. We've had 3 sessions.
I feel like you used it.
If the doubt, then I can't do it. All right, I still run at it and start throwing.
You could use a bonus action to dash, don't forget, as a roll.
Yeah.
That's what I do, yeah. He's surrounded by people, right? Okay. So I'm going to run up to him, and I'm going to start swinging up the arrows on his chest and get up to his head.
Okay. So you run up, planting a foot on its thigh, leap in the air, grab onto the arrow that Vex left in its chest, kind of whip upward, and while you're in the air towards its face, go ahead and make your attack.
Yeah.
No, okay.
You only get one attack, because you use your bonus action to dash.
Yeah, I just thought you'd make me. Never mind. 9 is a 20.
You do have advantage on this if you wish to roll, because you technically have flank the other die.
That's a 26.
That hits, definitely.
Yeah, because he's surrounded. So, all right, so I'm up on his shoulders at this point. 10 plus 7 is 8. Plus 10, 11, 16, that's 20, 21, 23.
23 points of damage?
Yeah, with flame tongue.
Alrighty. So as you leap in the air, you bring the blade, slam into the center of its face, like kind of over one of the eyebrows. It slams into the skull, and using your weight, you tear it down, dragging the blade across its face. The bone is brittle underneath its flesh, and it actually just hacks part of its face open. The bone and teeth become visible. Its jaw clenches and actually clamps onto your blade as it reaches the bottom of its face. You catch yourself there for a second. The horrible scent of its rotting flesh hitting your body. You manage to take your foot up, push off, pulling the blade out from under its toothy grasp, and you land on the ground right beside it. Big old jagged gash inside of its face.
Right.
Cool. That ends your turn. All right. Now the rest of the guards are gonna go.
Guards.
Hit.
So, okay. I actually want to talk about that. I love that from Liam. If there's doubt, then I won't do it. I also love that. I think that's good general behavior. Sometimes it can be the opposite. Like it does depend on like the relative, magnitudes, but it's a good general way to go about it. I mean, I think it's a good general life philosophy as well. But what I paused for was Rebecca's. Percy manages to do a ton of damage for being underpowered. You're right. And I think I don't want to say that it's underpowered. And this is an interesting aspect of class design and like class design within D&D. It's not that Percy's overpowered, it's that there are extreme downsides to his kit. They are that the gun might break or that the gun might jam. And those are extreme downsides, but how much of a downside they are does kind of depend on the campaign. So the gun breaking is a gold issue and a temporary disarmament. And how much of a factor gold is completely campaign dependent. Like, even if you say, like, oh, balance it to the campaign, make it, like, this relative action options. So it is an issue of, like, action economy, which Vox Machina, that is much less significant relatively for Vox Machina than it is for other campaigns. So, like, Percy having, like, one turn of lag because his gun jammed in Vox Machina with 6 to 7 other people, that is not as impactful than if Percy the gunslinger was in a party of 3 people. So it's a very interesting thought process of like, what are these downsides and how do they fit in contextually to the entire party? It's very, very interesting. And I think the reason that I don't love his downsides is, number one, is actually partially because they're campaign dependent. It's also the reason I don't love Artificer, because like one of Artificer's core class fantasies, like the flavor of it, is like being able to make magic items, but outside of duplicate magic items, which I don't think fully fulfills the fantasy because it has like a hard cap on it, it has a hard limit. The only other thing that they get towards making magic items is a discount on the price and a discount on the time. And again, we've just gone over, price is so fluid within a campaign. Like sometimes your DM will just reward you with way too much gold. So the fact that as an artificer you get, you pay a fourth of the price or half of the price, it's one of the two, for these magic items, in some campaigns that might matter a lot, but in others it won't matter at all. And same thing with the time savings. If it takes you half the time, a quarter of the time, whatever, in some campaigns that will really matter, where you're like going day by day. But in other campaigns, time passes as quickly as like 1 month later, 1 year later. Like that's very applicable to the discussion of Gunslinger. And it's why, like, I think that the Artificer flavoring is lame, because they're not consistently, like, the best at making magic items. It's campaign dependent. And it's why I don't like Gunslinger as a generalized class that, like, other people might play. But even talking about like the relative downsides, like I don't like the downsides because I think that they're campaign dependent. But in that vein, in this campaign, they might be just the right amount of negative. Like they might be the perfect degree of like, this is a giant party. They're very flush with gold. Like those might be very, very good downsides because of this campaign. So it's certainly something to think about when you're homebrewing your own classes is this mechanic consistent? Like multi-attack, like the fighter having 4 multi-attacks versus the barbarian having 2, that increase will always matter no matter what. If multi-attack is relevant, that increase is relevant. As opposed to making magic items. If making magic items is relevant, those benefits of like less time, less gold may or may not be relevant, which I don't love as general mechanics. So, all that is to say. Double deadly spark. I saw your message after I messaged. Yeah, great minds. Stream lag? Ooh, is there stream lag? Maybe not. Here too, but I think it's back. Oh, okay. It's back now. Okay. Yeah, I don't have any dropped frames, but this might be the internet again. I still need to call, but I haven't. I was going to call on the day that we got a huge storm, and on that day, the internet provider was like, hey, like, basically don't call us about internet issues. It might just go down. And I was like, fuck. Like, it's not related to the storm, but I'm probably not going to call them. So when the weather clears up, I'll call them. I think Matt and Dallison made tweaks to Percy's class from time to time. And I think Matt talks about the changes in-game when they happen. I'll be interested to see what they felt needed tweaking. I think we've already had a round of that. So there was like 1 or 2 things that work slightly differently now than they used to. You know, it would be cool if we could track those changes a little bit easier, but I also very much understand, you know, we're looking at shit from 7 years ago. I don't fault them for not having it, you know, super detailed out. But that's also, it's a really good point to bring up of if you have these sorts of custom classes that you're making for your players, they should very much be open to tweaking and modification as things go.
Guards, I think, natural 20. This is the resistance numbers. It's cocked. Hit. Another natural 20. All right.
Would you like to borrow my die and see if it does anything?
No, you keep your
I think
weighted
it's just you.
Keep your cheated die all for yourself there.
21 points of damage for non-criticals, and the 2 are...
What is he doing? What's happening over there?
So all the guards now seeing this opening and sudden heroes rushing to attack it, use this opening to grab some of that short swordsman spears and they just start jamming it in its size, just take chunks out of it and basically scraping away its form and its mass that it's keeping itself aloft through this necromantic chain. It's their turn. Keyleth, you're up.
Okay, so you're on him.
I'm not, I'm right.
Landed beside him now after he pulled the blade out of his
My
face.
blade is undead, dinner.
But there's a ton of people surrounding
Oh,
you.
yeah. So light them up.
Okay, I'm gonna kill everybody if I start bringing up bolts of lightning. So I'm gonna just move up a little bit to where I'm within 30 feet of him. Wherever I can be coming over here or something.
That'll put you just at 30 feet.
Can I see Vax?
Yeah, you can barely see Vax. Vax is hard to see in period, but you can barely see Vax at this point.
Okay.
He's in black.
So kind of looking at the giant and realizing that if I bring lightning down, I'll just start electrocuting everybody around. I just kind of meditate for a second and go super calm and start casting heat metal. And I start meditating on Vax's daggers.
Okay.
So your daggers are going to do an extra 2d8 damage. Ooh. And he's up against a wall, correct?
I believe heat metal is touch. I could be wrong, but that's the whole point of the cooking book, is that you have to have a horse to make the cooking book work. Because you have to be able to touch them and then run away faster than they can catch you. And if you don't know what the cooking book is in relation to heat metal, I'll let you think about it. Pathfinder thing. Makes sense.
He's currently up against the edge of the temple, yes.
Okay, I'm going to use my bonus. I'm running fucking low on spells. Okay, I'm gonna do my bonus action to cast Grasping Vine.
Just so you're aware,
Oh, shit.
heat metal does 2d8 damage to him for holding onto it. It doesn't do additional damage.
I said it before.
Okay, so,
You're gonna
continue what you're doing.
Wait, yeah.
It's done. She
She's
cast.
done.
So you know for future reference.
Okay.
So,
It's because I work that way in Pathfinder. I used to do that with Grog attacks all the time.
Stupid
All the time.
Pathfinder.
But you also had to touch his
So,
dice in order for it to-
Okay, to 5.
so actually, you take 2d8 points of fire damage, 1 roll, Keyleth.
Yes, sir.
And you have to make a Constitution saving throw versus her DC, or you drop both your daggers.
Okay.
Thanks, Sam.
And I'm doing. What am I doing? What am I doing?
Make a Constitution saving
Constitution.
This is not going to be
That'd be great.
What's the DC?
Sorry.
My spell save DC? 18.
Both daggers just scoop up on the ground and they both slam into the mud.
I look over at Keyleth and go,
I'm like, yeah.
fuck.
Hurt the motherfucker so bad.
She's not even watching. She's just concentrating on it. Nobody bonus action.
Dude, this is something that is so vibe dependent on like I honestly think if Matt makes that ruling and does that like 20 minutes before the end of session last session, the vibes are not this good. People are not like laughing it off. Ha 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 ha. Like people are like, but it works that way in Pathfinder. Like Marisha's a little upset, like other people are a little upset. But because, you know, the vibes are better, you can fuck around a little bit, take a little bit of damage. They're also, like, rolling over enemies, so, like, people aren't that, like, down bad for health. But this is very much something where, like, if the vibes were worse, I would identify this as, like, oh, Matt, like, you don't need to be kind of a dick about that. But because the vibes are good, it's fun and it's funny. And that is really something where you have to read the room as a DM. I get Liam not wanting to tie things down, but that feels shitty. Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. It's like they're all laughing about it. Marisha's clearly all right with it, but the tone is different in the room, and that's not okay. Ashley's here. They can't be sad. Yeah, fair enough. You could shift Scanlan's thing and then mark I2. Oh yeah, that feels all right. Yeah. So we'll shift Scanlan's thing to magic item, and we'll shift heat metal to spell. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, vibes aren't too bad this time. To be fair to Matt, Liam also wanted to stick with that, and I would, you know, if let's imagine that the vibes are worse, right? And Marisha's actually like a little like about it. I would split responsibility between them, but also as a DM, you know, it is your jurisdiction to retcon things, to say like, hey, that's okay, hey, that's not. Certainly like there's a certain amount of like, yeah, like Liam's okay with sticking with it, but we're talking about, you know, Marisha not understanding how something worked because of a very justifiable reason and then wanting to take it back because it hurts someone else. Yes, it's better and it's more okay if the person that she hurt is okay with it, but it's still kind of shit. But all the vibes are good, so it's fine.
I'm gonna wrap him up with a grasping vine and try and restrain him.
Okay, so you open your eyes and go ahead and go grab.
And I'm like, man, I'm such a fucking badass right now. What am I doing?
Okay, so you want to restrain the grasping vine.
Yeah, I think he has to say that he's safe.
Yeah, make a dexterity saving throw. Be pulled. It doesn't restrain; it just pulls them towards the vine. Since he's already against the wall, you can pull him away or toward.
Nothing you do does what you want it to
fail.
do. So you're pulling him towards you?
You can pull him towards the ground, can't you? And then he like goes.
Yeah, can I pull him towards the center of the earth?
Because of his sure.
That's a no.
All right. He fails in the DC. It's a total of 10. We'll say for the time being, he is considered grappled.
Okay.
Nice.
He did something.
Thanks, man.
You're welcome.
Man, I'm so cool right now. Concentrating so hard.
You finish concentrating, you release the grasping vine, it pulls a little harder to the ground, you see its form go, doesn't look very happy. And you see Vax going, and he's like these little cylinders of steam rising up from the ground.
Oh, look at that. You actually did something, Lamau. Also, I saw the pretend here. Ashley is fake here, so they need to be fake happy. Yeah.
Daggers are currently.
I'm just like, what? Deal with it. It's gonna be awesome.
That ends your turn. We're back to top of the round. Percy, you're up.
I'm pinned and annoyed. I'm shooting him in the face. Got this.
Okay, so you're prone.
Am I prone?
You're prone. The boulder knocked you prone.
Okay, can I use my movement to get up?
You can, yeah. You get up, use half your movement.
I get up, shake it off, pull up for another shot, shooting in his face.
Okay, so
reloading, shooting in his face.
Reloading.
Yeah, I totally think so as well. Set Theshel low. Oh, John, I think it's a joke about how Ashley's not actually in the room. So, like, she's pretend here, so they're pretend happy, even though they're definitely actually real happy. It's just a joke about how she's not there. But yeah, I totally agree, Set Theshel low, of like, you know, you judge the vibes, you take them in as the DM, and maybe, yeah, you squeeze a little bit more lenient or not on preceding moves where it makes sense, and where it's not as impactful. Like, I think that's kind of a dirty secret of DMing, of, you know, you're more lenient on shit that doesn't matter. Now, that is something where, like, my tone that I kind of have at my tables, especially in campaigns, not as much in one-shots, but like in campaigns, I am sometimes like ruling consistent to a fault. Because like that is part of my tone, is that like I am very consistent in my rulings. But where I can and where I can be lenient, I will. But I do, you know, I am a lot more lenient where like, oh, it probably like won't affect the overall outcome of this combat too much. I don't have a conflicting previous ruling. You know, I'll be lenient here. And wherever I want to give myself, so the dirty secret is like a DMs are generally more lenient on shit that doesn't matter. My dirty secret, if you want to be really, really consistent in rulings, but you're in a situation where you have a feeling you might want to be inconsistent in it later, the consistent thing that you can set up is this always requires a roll. So even if it's something like inconsequential right now, but later on you could see it being more consequential, you still require a roll, and you just put it at a stupid low DC. Stupid low. And then later on, if it is something that's more consequential, and it's normally something like you would honestly maybe say no to, you can still ask for the roll. So it allows you to continue to be really, really consistent. But the moment that you tie that type of action to a roll, you have control over it as a DM. As to like, is this something that is kind of possible? Very, very easy, very, very hard. And that is one of your levers that you can use to control vibes, have like a little power stick in combat balancing. There's a lot of things that you can do with that sort of ruling.
Bad news. With doing the same thing I was doing before. So that's 8 plus 7, 15 to hit. 15 hits. So that's.
So speaking about this, about like being lenient with that sort of action, I've said a couple of times, if people want to change their spells like that to do something that is not explicit raw, I require an Arcana roll. In this situation where, vibes are maybe teetering a little bit, I would set that Arcana roll at like 2. Like anything but a nat 1. And then, she succeeds on the roll, she gets to do the thing she wants, etc., etc. So that is one of the ways that I build that into my DMing tone. Correct on joking. After all, as long as we get each other, the best is ready to begin. Oh, that sounds like a reference, and I don't even begin to get it. Oh no, Daniel, there's so many references today that I'm just missing.
That's 20 points of damage.
Already?
With and now he's has disadvantage on his attacks for the next round.
Okay, it's just a headshot?
Yeah.
Okay.
And just because I'm feeling like a jerk, I'm burning an action surge. Forget it. Reloading. Oh, I've already
You've already used your action surge for the day.
No, it's a short rest.
Oh, it's a short rest. Oh,
Short rest.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
okay, go for it.
I checked. Being good. That's 11 that hits. I'm out of crit points.
Kill something.
32 points of damage.
Alright.
Reload, fire again. That's 8. That's also hits.
AC is 8, by the way.
Good
So
shot.
you're aware.
Yeah, I'm always.
It's a big heaping pile of hit points. 6 right to hit.
I like that goo.
You attack it enough to the point to gather, it's pretty easy to hit.
That's a 6.
Yeah, there's like 12.
14. 30 points of damage.
Wow.
And now I'm going to use my bonus action to heal.
Crap.
Alrighty, go for it.
Heal myself. Using my and that's 17. That's 19 points healed.
Okay. All right. Now the giant pieces of missing his body looks around and is going to it reaches down and grabs. It's going to use one of his attacks. He's going to grab the Morning Star, and in a second it's going to swing over towards you back. So just slam into his face with the dagger.
Disadvantage.
Yes.
And he's grappled.
11 and a 1. That just prevents movement. But it goes and swings wide. And you just duck out of the way, dodge off the side, shit slams and gets stuck in the mud for a second. Horrible sucking sound as it just to pull it out of the ground with all of its might. That ends its turn. This transfer to that place. You're up.
What position is it in?
It's currently like kind of kneeled forward, just pulling its Morning Star out of the mud.
Okay, I go. I reach down and I grab the Scalding Hot daggers again and I lift them up.
Okay.
And lunge and sink into his ribs.
Okay. Okay. So you take 2d8 points of fire damage. Roll heal.
So does he, right? Because that's kind of badass. We're gonna fucking 8. 7 points of damage.
Okay, I'll say
You roll?
you roll.
I think it's 7 or 8. Yeah.
No, so you feel kind of feeling through, you take the damage. Lifting up to go in for the attack, go ahead and roll for the attack.
The first one hits,
Yeah.
that's a 30. And the second one is 17. And he's still surrounded, so the first one is going to sneak attack his ass. 2 plus 3, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15, 16, 17.
All right.
That one. 17 in the second attack. Flame Tongue gets 7.
7, okay.
All
right.
Oh, plus 2d8 plus fire damage.
Does he also get fire damage?
Yeah, he has to
Gets,
go.
yeah, if I got burned, he
Okay,
gets
so
burned.
he gets burned.
If I get burned, he gets burned, right?
I'll allow it. That's not usually how the spell works.
Oh,
But I'll allow it for the
well,
circumstance. Since you're taking the damage,
Well, okay, Matt. You can't just you can't fuck them on both sides, dude. You gotta pick one. Like, you're saying that's not normally how the spell works. Well, we're already playing not how the spell normally works. You know what I'm saying? It's like, and they're like choosing to ride with this more, detrimental version of it. At least have them have some benefits. Oh, come on, yeah, I don't like that, yeah. Like, because if we're actually playing 5e, she couldn't have heated them to begin with, so we're already well outside of raw here. Just, let it ride. That's what I say.
do the attack, I'll let it happen.
Alright, 14.
Okay. Okay, so as you, holding the daggers, the searing pain, you reach up, slash both daggers down into the front of its body, shoot, and you drag across. You can see its chest kind of breaks open, and it kind of stumbles backward, the air expiring from its throat. It pushes up and against it, holding on to that shred of undeath that it currently has in its body, not falling to your measly blows. That ends your turn. You want to move?
I didn't move. Can I use bonus action at this point?
I'll use one action for your second attack.
Second attack, okay.
Yeah, you're not hasted. All right, go for it, Vex.
Okay, I'm gonna shoot him 2 times through my blazing bowstring, which I still have 1 left of.
All right. So the first strike with blazing bowstring.
Yeah.
Okay.
That hits. Second one hits too.
All right.
Okay. Okay. Let's blazing bowstring again. 1d10. Okay. Although I do have ultimate to make this. Okay.
Always all the stuff.
Plus 7 is 13. 14, 15 plus fire damage. 21 plus Hunter's Mark. 22 for the first hit.
Hold on. How do you want to do this?
Oh, that
Thank
was
God.
so good. As he's bent over, I
wearing
wanna.
a shirt even.
I know I'm wearing the shirt. As he's bent over, and I just saw my brother attack him with fire. I hit him with fire again, straight through the eyeball that's remaining.
yeah.
Through the back of his
My brother, we got it right at the end.
Okay, so as you release the arrow itself, you can feel the warmth kind of licking inside of your face as the arrow heats up and release it. It shoots through the air like a tracer dart. The giant, which is currently reaching back, has a hand to palm out like it's going to go ahead and try and palm Vax after the attack. As it reaches up, it just into the back of the eye, and as it sinks inside its head, there's this dull thud sound, like the fire bursts on the inside of its head. Its other eye just plumps out and hangs
Fire
to the
licks
side.
out
As
from his
fire
eyeball.
darts out from that open socket. Its jaw kind of goes slack, and it just begins to lurch forward towards you and the guy next to it. Both of you guys can step back out of the way as it onto the muddy ground in front of you. Everyone takes a breath for a second.
I start sticking my hands in a puddle on the ground.
I run up with trinket to the guards.
I go up to the to start seeing if I can salvage anything from this giant.
Like my hands.
Do I see Vax on with his hands?
Yes, you see him kind of like spring out his hands.
What?
Could you fix these?
Oh, fix him though. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they work. It's good, but they kind of sting a little bit.
Okay. I just put my hands in his hands and cast Cure Wounds.
Okay.
I'm gonna use it in my ring, from my ring, my spell slot ring.
What level?
I'll do level 2.
Level 2. Okay, so 2d8 plus 6.
2, 4, 6, 12.
So you heal 12 hit points.
I was just gonna hold their hands for a second.
I walk through and bust through their hands
There you go.
to talk to the guards.
Yeah, the guards who currently are just checking to make sure it's dead, like stabbing its body as
Putting the guns away and walking over the guards as well.
Okay. And they're it's like the guards at first glance, just because the armor they're wearing is the same type of armor that the guards you've encountered here wear, but they're all underneath the armor wearing rag farmer's clothing, whatever's available. There's still uniform armor and weapon design to anyone who's worked in.
Are any of them in berets?
You don't know. 'Cause you're not there.
Are they unsullied?
I put my hand on one of their shoulders and say, "You showed great bravery here."
Thank you for coming and helping. I got a little heavy there for a minute. We didn't lose any of our men, thankfully, and that's thanks to you. He kind of reaches up for a second and wipes this kind of bit of black blood kind of stuck to his chin from the fight. So, what's next?
Now we rest up. You heal and you get ready to attack tomorrow.
All right, what time?
Tomorrow at dawn, we take the castle.
All right.
Yes.
Men,
Spread the word.
Dawn.
Dawn, it is. Sheaths his weapon. The other men kind of stand up, and one of them makes one kind of stabs into the body of the zombie. Like, yeah, take that. And he's gonna walk back towards town. One of them,
Before he runs off, I tell everyone to look for the sign of Pelor in the sky.
one of them goes, "Hello, right." And,
With a row of
and
press.
3 of them run back to the doorway of the temple, and they all stop for a second and give a little silent prayer to themselves, and then join the rest of their crew as they go walking back towards the city.
What time is it right now?
Right now, it's hard to tell.
Wild till dawn.
It's about 2 hours past sunset. So.
Okay, we got time. Let's go.
Yeah. I pull out my flame tongue dagger and just look in 2 or 3 graves. I don't know if there's anything in there.
You trying to
Look.
grave
He's
rob
trying
right
to
now?
loot right
Rob
now.
who?
Make an
There's-
investigation.
Yeah, they're empty, man. Oh, there's a.
Might be worth it to drop mine, just have sister or brother. Maybe we're really close to to bingos and like my brother and my sister are some of the more consistent squares. I'm honestly not too worried about them getting ticked. They say it a lot. But we'll see after I add the new ones especially. I wonder if Laura's shirt would have been counted this whole time since that bingo square.
That's really going to steal from my great-grandfather.
I'm just looking.
All right.
Glancing about, you notice that the coffins are still there at the bottom,
Yeah.
but they're all open. The lids are off,
Right.
and they're empty entirely.
No, buffering. Shit. It's back? Okay. Oh, wait. I think I actually saw it that time. It's not in dropped frames, but it's in my bit rate. My bit rate doesn't even go down that much. It goes down by like 500, like 4,500 to like 4,000. But that's good to know because one of the bars actually disappears. So if I see that, I'll know that I need to go back a little bit. Interesting. Okay. Good to know. Good to know.
Like, whatever body is gone. Best you glance about, you see that the most that you can find, most of them are just laid to rest. One of them seems to be laid to rest with what looks to be like a nice ornamental dagger of some kind that's just left to their side.
I you what? I'm not here.
I give you permission.
Giving me morality
I'm not
lessons.
here. I'm not here.
I'm going to check my family grave, the family crypt, very quickly.
There actually is an undercroft in your castle.
Oh, that's right.
I want to drop down. I'm going to take a look at that. Yeah.
You're gonna go get the dagger.
I'm going to look at it.
That ornamental dagger.
So you lead down
No,
into the grave.
Tell me more about that.
From what you can see from up there, it just looks like a fairly nice dagger. It has a little like gold sheen to it. And looks like there's gems encrusted in it from the distance.
All right, go get it. That looks shiny.
So you lead down to the grave, your feet hitting against the wooden bottom of the coffin.
Shiny disease.
Smells musty and like, you know,
Do I
it's been
get-
raining heavily, so it's not as bad as it could be.
Take a feeling from it.
It looks to be a pretty dagger.
Pretty dagger.
Reach it and you pick it up and look at it. It's lightweight. It's ornamental. It's not actually more of a
I want to make
functional.
an Arcana check.
Oh, Jesus.
Ornamental.
I just want to make an Arcana
Go for it,
check.
go for
It's a
it.
20.
Natural 20?
Yeah, no.
Okay.
20.
Take a look at it. There doesn't appear to be enough of a rune structure on this dagger to give it a formal enchant.
I lay it down.
It looks ritualistic and ornamental. It's probably worth a pretty penny, but it's not a
I put
common.
it down and I pat it. And
Aww.
I'm not got out of the grave.
He doesn't know.
Lol. Also another rolls check before Matt asks. Oh, you didn't hear the response? I was saying I think it would. I think it would have because it's technically correct and that is the best kind. So I probably would have given I wouldn't have gotten it myself. Like I wouldn't have thought of it, but if you brought it up, family, I probably would have given it to you. We need to adjust the mega transmission unit.
Can I salvage anything from the stone giant?
Tourist.
Go ahead and make a wisdom check. Just roll d20, add your 6 to it.
Just a wisdom check. 12 total.
12. Looking over the body, this entity, anything that would be functional of a stone giant's body, is far rotted and you know, necrosis has taken hold in a lot of body parts. Nothing here would be of use in any way, shape, or form. Plus, stone giants don't really have any magical components to their body. They're just larger humanoids.
Sure.
What small trophies you could take from it, you know, sell here and there for a little bit of change, are also rotted and corroded by its undead form. That is would be worth it.
Their teeth are good for 1d8 though.
It's true.
Thank God. I was about to say, Matt, do not put anything on this fucking necrotic giant. You will never recover. It'll stop being smell jail and it will be fucking loot jail. You gotta go back.
All right, so what's the plan?
We should head west.
Head west to meet up.
All right, so you guys.
I take a little bit of dust with tracelessness that we had taken from Grog, and I try to sprinkle it on our tracks as we go and cover up. What was that? Cover up our tracks.
As you pull the dust out of your pouch, you look at it, and it's turned to just sand.
Ah, shit.
It seems that the dust of tracelessness is effective when only pulled and used directly out of its pouch. If
By
kept
its
remotely,
designated flower girl.
if taken out remotely and left on its own for a while, it becomes magically inert. So.
Well, then I use my ranger skills to try to make it look like our tracks are hidden.
I know that
And the
the
rain
city
helps,
well
the rain
enough
helps.
to take us through a relatively.
Yes, this is one of those few circumstances where Percy's almost more helpful than you are as far as making your way through. The two of you together, very helpful.
There we are.
Yeah, you guys are making your way through the city, making westward to meet up with the rest of the party against the wall on the westward side of Whitestone. And with that, we're going to go ahead and take a quick bathroom break for any success. So hang tight, guys. We'll be back here in just a minute.
I love you, Pike.
Listen up, nerds! Do you guys like tabletop games?
Listen up, nerds. I used to own this shirt. That's from Target. And there is a 2-minute art break that we can watch. So we'll go ahead and do that. 2:01:34. La 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 la. You find about 4 gold pieces in the undead giant created by an evil necromancer. Yeah. It's like moving counties. Gotta watch out for the loot jurisdiction. Oh, that would have been wild. Exactly, Seth Echelon. Exactly. Like, I'm, in the earlier ones, I go on and on about Matt's looting and the shiny disease, and that would have been so. I'm glad that he restrained himself. Like, sometimes I want to do what my players want, and I want to give them things that they want, but If it strains disbelief, you just can't. Just knows where shirts are from, huh? I know where my shirts are from. What other expertises do you have? I'm trying to think of an expertise, of a lore drop expertise, that I wouldn't have already said on stream. I'm not that good at many things. I'm pretty good at rock climbing. Not amazing at it, though. So, I don't have a ton of expertises. I really do embody, in a lot of ways, the jack of all trades mantra. So, this undead giant has a money market account. Yeah, you find his fucking debit card on him. You can go swipe that. He's not going to report you, so you can go swipe that wherever you want. Oh my god. Yeah. All right, let's do the quick art break.
Thank you guys so much for watching. Much appreciated.
Oh wait, but slow it down, because I know that this music is a tearjerker for some. That's really cute that they included Pike on blind spot. That's very, very cute. Oh, so cute. So cute. Oh, man. All right. That was a good episode. Good episode. Honestly, like taking a lot of the things that I didn't like about the end of the previous ep and like I don't think like purposely addressing them, but like doing them in the ways I would have wanted them to be done. It's very funny. I was just editing a short from like episode 6 through 10, or not editing, but like reviewing, because Eden does editing. Where I was talking about like how I feel okay criticizing Matt because oftentimes he just immediately addresses my critiques, and that's very much how I felt this episode. Jack of all trades, and yet you're a warlock main. What can I say? Dude, I mean, obviously, you know, warlocks don't have the feature, but it feels like a warlock can really be the jack of all trades in a way that a lot of classes can't. So many talented artists amongst the creators. Oh, yeah. What I was going to talk about with the knowledge of this ep was the party split and was able to handle themselves. Pike joining was good for extra damage. Yeah, which is very, very fair. I think, I definitely think that the decision was a good one. I think that like the split, especially knowing like how things went in this session, that the split of do we rest or do we not was a like very good and legitimate decision. for Matt to present them with. So yeah. Since you brought it up, we need to know what's your climbing grade. Ooh, not great. Not good. I mean, it's like 5. The last time I went climbing, I think it was like 5, or not the last time I went, but like I think the highest I have ever done. It's like 512, right? I think on average I was in like the 511 range. Am I thinking about the right grade? I think I am. The right like grading system. It's been a while. I was very into it in college, so like 4 years ago. Let's see, climbing grades, and then in terms of V's, I didn't boulder, so I think I have done like a V6, but I was not into bouldering. So yeah, I think like the highest I've ever done was in the 512 area, and then I was consistently doing like mid 511s, like 511Bs and stuff. But I don't think with the Deadly Spark, but I don't think it was anything they could have done themselves. That's why I thought it was weird they didn't try and help much last ep. Yeah, it was definitely weird. Like, and I will clarify / caveat. The party was acting off. Like the party like not going and helping those people. Like the party was making some weird choices. I'm just, I'm coming at this from a DM standpoint of like, if your party's fucking up, in my brain space, it's like your responsibility as a DM to get them back on track. So I am putting more, overall responsibility on Matt, but that is just because, I do view one of the DM responsibilities as kind of being that shepherd for them. But it certainly doesn't mean that they weren't doing anything wrong. They were being kind of weird. Grade how well he incorporated Pike into the story, unless you've already covered. No. I thought it was solid. I mean, it's one of those things of like, unless it comes back in later, at this point, when it comes to like getting a character back in like that, it only has to like pass the sniff test. Like if they were just like if Matt said, oh yeah, she happened to be like on a trade ship that was like passing by and like, the goddess told her to go there, like that would have been kind of weird. But this passes the sniff test of like, yeah, her goddess is like astrally projecting her there. Sure, whatever. God shit. Like pass on. So yeah, I think that Matt did a good job of making it not feel actively weird. And it also like allowed her to like have like some cool narration and cool moments. So yeah, like my grade for like how well you incorporate them back is like a 3-point scale. It's weird and it's bad. Yeah, it's great. It's fine. Or, oh my god, that feels like it was meant to happen the whole time. And I don't know that it quite got to that grade, but that's a really hard grade to hit. Like most character, bringbacks are going to be one of these two, where it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Or, oh yeah, sure, whatever. And I think he solidly hit, oh sure, whatever. Which is like all you can expect, I think. I think it's very rare to be like, wow, that like character reintegration felt like it was planned like 7 sessions ago. It's really, really rare to hit something like that. So solid. Sorry, my message was split because of character. Oh yeah, no problem. Sounds YSD, so high intermediate. My climbing grade is stairs. Yeah, I would classify myself as solidly intermediate. I was certainly not like beginner, but I was not even like approaching the higher grades. I was just like getting to like, like the occasional dino, some crack climbing. Like I guess crack climbing isn't necessarily higher, skill. You can make really low grade routes with crack climbing, but I was into the point where I was having to use like some techniques, but I never really went beyond that. YSD YDS dyslexia again. Ooh, see, I don't even know YDS, so maybe that's like a different type of grading that I'm not aware of. I have a very good friend who is still very into climbing. That would probably know. But yeah, something that's like the jack of all trades shit. Is it's like, oh, I know just enough to like be kind of out of beginner levels, but that's my shit on a lot of things. A lot of things I'm like that. I think the party was worn out last time. Oh yeah, very fair. I mean, they sat through a lot of combats, and a lot of combats where they were just watching and couldn't even have like a solid impact. So, those sorts of sessions are going to feel longer than like, role-playing sessions or just role-playing heavy sessions. So it's very, very fair to say, the party was worn out. Matt was probably pretty worn out from like running all of that, because combat is also more intensive for the DM. I mean, yeah, I think I'm good with making that general statement. I think it is more like, it requires more focus. It's a lot more like effort. Not to say that like out of combat stuff can't be a lot of effort, but I think on average combat's going to be more. Because like with role playing, a lot of the time, if you are like inhabiting the character, a lot of it can come pretty naturally without a ton of extra thought. Whereas combat always requires thought. But yeah, cool. All right, well, I will call it there, I think. Next half of the episode will be on Wednesday as normal, and no full episode Friday this week. We are very solidly into our every other scheduling, and yeah, if there's anything that you think I missed or you want to hear me talk more about, leave a comment, and I will feature your comment just like I did this week with the Mike and Deadly Spark ones. Also, you will notice I did not like read out the entire comment. There was more that both of them said. So if you're interested, go and give their comments a read and a like. Why not? And yeah, I think it'll be good. Have a good night. Time to watch the stream back at 2x to put you back to normal speed. Thanks, Tai. Fair enough. I know people are still getting used to my slow voice after watching the backlog. But with that, I hope you all have a very good night, and I will talk to you later. Goodbye.